আজকে লাইভ স্ট্রিমে দেখতে পাচ্ছেন আজকের এই ম্যাচ যাই সবাই কমেন্ট করবেন। হতে চলেছে আজকে আপনারা দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন আজকের ম্যাচটিতে কি হতে চলেছে। একটু পরে দেখতে পাচ্ছেন আমাদের এখানে কিন্তু এন্ট্রি হয়ে গেছে। এন্ট্রি হওয়ার পর এখন কি হচ্ছে সেটাই দেখবো। এটা কিন্তু হাইলাইট Very nice player. Oh my god. অন্ধকার হয়ে গেল কেন? অন্ধকার হয়ে গেছে পুরো। কি এমন একটা এন্ট্রি হতে পারে, কি হতে পারে কিছু জানি না। কখনো এভাবে দেখিয়ে নিয়ে আজকেই হাইলাইট লাইভ স্ট্রিম করতেছি। এখন বাজে রাতের সকালে 6টা। আশা করি কী হতে পারে, কি হবে সেটা আপনাদের সামনে হতে পারে আজকের ম্যাচে। এবং আর কতক্ষণ ওয়েট করাবে। ও মাই গড, লুক এট দিস, লুক এভরিবডি, লুক। অসাধারণ একটি সাউন্ড কিন্তু তারা ক্রিয়েট করেছে। ও মাই গড, very dangerous.
Jakarta, what's good?
Yeah. I got looks that kill. Let's go. Wild and free, got an animal in me. Once you see, you ain't never wanna leave. You think your eyes are fooling you. It's just the way my body moves. I bring the sugar and spice. I got naughty and nice. Get the cinnamon once, promise you want it twice. So come get a taste like dang. Got looks that kill, bang bang. Razor sharp, real so hard. Light it up, fireworks in the dark. Getcha. Don't leave, I will let ya. Razor sharp.
তার ফ্যান হয়ে পড়েছি আমি। কিছু বলিনি। বলি তাহলে আপনারা তোমার জন্য আসতে পারে। বেশি কিছু
Yeah, baby.
Oh my god, गाड़ी चली से
Clap your hands up. Clap your hands up. Clap your hands up.
come and hit yo, come and hit yo, come and hit yo. Yeah. गाड़ी तो गाड़ी देखिए। গাড়ির উপরে যা রয়েছে তার তো একেবারে জলে দিতে চাইছিলাম।
Looks like you. Bang bang, you're dead. Looks like you. Bang bang, you're dead. Hands up, boy, I'm reaching for you. Can't stop now, I can't afford to give me more, 'cause I adore you. Kiss, kiss, bang bang, hand up fire. Non-stop, feel like a looks like you.
Free Fire JIHAN real genius, baby.
Baby. ভাই রে ভাই, awesome, very nice. থ্যাংক ইউ গাইজ, সবাইকে আমাদের চ্যানেল সাবস্ক্রাইব করার জন্য। যারা যারা এখন আমাদের চ্যানেল সাবস্ক্রাইব করেন, চ্যানেল সাবস্ক্রাইব করুন, আমাদের সাথে থাকবেন। দেখতে পাচ্ছেন জেনার তরফ থেকে ও মাই গড অসাম একটি গাইজ কমেন্ট করে জানাবেন কি কোথা থেকে আমাদের লাইভ স্ট্রিমে আছেন এবং আমাদের সাথে আছেন।
Hey, who am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I'm burn out. Crushed out, look at me now, huh? I can never go reverse now, hey. But I'ma spin it back, A jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throwing their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what they front. You a runner up, I'm in a but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11 auto snooze. I pursue, I put you in the game that I don't lose. I say cool, dependent on my penance I choose. Hey, I'ma show you how it work. Not a loudest, yeah. Wu-Tang, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I can go reverse. I can entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on him. Wings on me, I'm higher. Hey, wings on me, I'm higher. 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Hey, 'cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on him. 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher.
The crownless kings, ready to conquer the world stage at home. RRQ Kazoo! Fearless and explosive, Vietnam's ultimate hit squad, P Sports. the dual mode champions of Southeast Asia, ready to dominate again. Team Falcons! Consistent, confident, and truly solid. Team Solid! The fourth place finishes no more. It's E1's time to rise. To break out force of this tournament, all gamers global. Fighting through the fire to stay alive. Let's go, JIHAN! Powerhouse stack with champions, Fire United Esports. The defending world champions, hunting a three-peat for Brazil, Fluxo. Latam's Fearless Storm, rewriting their story. Ovistar R7! Masters of Chaos and Close Combat. Heavy from Vietnam! The home ground heroes, the EWC champions, Evo's Divine!
Show me what it's worth now. Pull up in the all these people wanna follow, made it. Paper planes, avocados, from rapping, and I got role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body, the shit, shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. Yeah.
I can entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Yeah, wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' burst now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, look at me now. I can never go reverse now.
Carter! Free fire, good luck to all the players.
Mana suaranya Jakarta? Selamat malam Indonesia Arena.
Oh my god.
Selamat datang Survivors. My name is Conchita and alongside Yunsul will be your host for today. And welcome to the grand finals of Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025 live in Jakarta. Coba kita cek lagi sekali lagi semangatnya. Mana fans-fans di Indonesia Arena? Hari ini bersama-sama kita akhirnya sampai di partai puncak, malam puncak, the grand final. 2 minggu yang tentunya sudah penuh dengan emosi, perjuangan, semua bermuara pada malam hari ini. Malam di mana satu tim akan menjadi juara dunia Free Fire 2025. Sekali lagi, mana suaranya?
The heat in here is so crazy.
Yeah.
Not forgetting the fans tuning in every corner of the world. Show us your excitement and who you are supporting in FFWS.
And of course, yang lagi di rumah juga kasih dukungan kamu di kolom komentar. Kita ramein sama-sama. Dan yang lagi di Indonesia Arena, aku mau coba cari tahu ya. Paling keras kira-kira suara pendukung siapa? Mana di sini penggemarnya Falcons?
Luxo!
Kalau rajanya tuan rumah RRQ Kazuh, mana suaranya?
What about Evo Divine?
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Yeah.
You guys are amazing, keren banget kalian semua survivors.
Brazil enters with fire, the reigning champions, hunting for another title. And together with LATAM, the Western teams are determined to keep the crown in the West.
And from the East, Asia's giants arrive with one mission: to finally claim their very first global championship.
Thailand comes in at full strength, joined by the new era rising by Vietnam.
And of course, Indonesia. 2 home teams, 1 electrifying arena, ready to ignite the night. Jakarta, are you ready? Ini saatnya kita lihat siapa yang bisa crush all the doubts and burn the brightest.
To everyone watching this now, the greatest stage of them all, the fire burns here. This is the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025.
Para pemain sudah siap, penonton juga sudah siap. Without further delay, casters, take it away and good luck!
Last circle. Indonesia. LATAM. Thailand. Vietnam. Brazil. The safe zone shrinks until only 12 teams stand. Now the final circle restarts, leaving room for more pressure.
তাই রে ভাই, কাপটা দেখতে কিন্তু সেই মারাত্মক জোস।
Every shot fired, every fleeting moment, every round played, every fraction of a second, the safe zone screamed.
Some regions faded away. Instead of crushing doubts, they were crushed by pressure.
Some of the strongest regions persevered under the pressure of their own expectations.
Brazil dominance, LATAM trailblazing, Vietnam upsurge, Thailand's talent, and Indonesia pride have all been tested under pressure.
Soon, they'll be facing the grand finals, a stage that brings unimaginable pressure.
RRQ Kazu tops the knockout stage with 6 booyahs. The first team to fill the final circle, ready to defend their homeland in the Indonesia arena. Standing beside them, defending champions Fluxo hold their ground, proving they can win on enemy turf. Thailand's all-gamers global rise as new faces of the region, while Burram and Falcons recover from slow starts as all 3 Thai teams reach the final circle, waiting to strike. Team Solid and E1 remind us why Brazil rules the West. Every Brazilian team a contender for the crown. Movistar are 7 steps out from LATAM's shadow, finally joining the circle as their region's greatest hope. GOW, PE Sports, and Heavy fought until the end, with 3 Vietnamese teams proving consistency wins wars. And last, Evos Divine, the hometown heroes, crushed doubts to clinch the last grand final spot. 12 teams stand, 1 final safe zone, until only 1 survives. Crowned as your FFWS Global Final
ম্যাচটা শুরু
2025
হয়ে যাবে
champions.
কিছুক্ষণের ভিতরে দেখা যাচ্ছে
Welcome everybody, the grand finals finally begin here at the Free Fire World Series Global Finals. Once again, it's AJ and as well as Getting Q here at the desk, welcoming all survivors from across the world. You saw what the stage looks like. You saw the energy being given from the Indonesian hometown teams.
I cannot believe the energy here in this arena. I mean, these Indonesian fans, they cannot wait to see the action. And looks like I got it a little wrong. Visually, it looked like RRQ had more fans here. But when we had some noise being made in the arena, the fans made it very clear they are here to see EWOS wake up once again. But that's going to be the biggest question. Will EWOS wake up? After dominating EWC, after putting up such a phenomenal performance, after Russia literally made his first ever global debut and then ran away with the trophy, they have not done much just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen them go into that dominant run that we were hoping for, the snowbally styles of run that we're so used to seeing. But at this point of time, we have to make sure that you guys, our survivors, for everyone out there, understands what is at stake and what's going on.
Format of the competition, you know what it is, baby. It's the grand finals. That means Champion Rush now enters the competition. To go in, activate Champion Rush, you need 80 points. Once you do that, you need to secure a booyah in one of the following games. The first team to achieve this condition will be crowned champion. By the end of 10 games, if we do not have a team meeting this condition, the team with the highest number of points will be crowned the champion.
We'll see how many games are actually going to happen here today. It could end fast. It could end, well, pretty long. I'm not going to lie, but let's look at the point system right now. You know the format, but there are tiebreaker rules.
Yeah.
First, we look at the number of booyahs. Next, we look at the total eliminations. And finally, ranking in the final game. Eliminations get you 1 point, being that number one squad in the positional side is 12 points.
Absolutely, man. And like you said, right, every single elimination, 1 point. The dominators, those predators are definitely going to be alive out there. And all of that fire is for $1 million on the table. Of course, the lion's share for the champion, 300K. But this also includes what you see down there at the bottom, Gideon.
Yep, team of the day gets 1,000. But let's not forget about the grand finals MVP at 10,000 USD. And of course, the grand finals predator nominated by the one player who gets the most amount of eliminations by the end of the tournament with 5,000 USD in the bag. How are they going to do it? How are we looking to set up? Don't worry, we are still following the same unique active skill. Everybody must come up with a different active skill card. You cannot double up on the same thing.
This has been one of the biggest game changers here in our esports circuit, and I dare say it is one of the best changes we have seen. But obviously, now with the new meta shift as well, I have to say, it's definitely giving the unique active skill a run for its money. But we definitely do love this adjustment being brought in. The last thing we want to see is 4 Tatsuyas, or even worse, 4 Oscars running around out there.
Now we've come to a point in Free Fire World Series where mechanics is one thing, but truly, can you express yourself when there's so many different combinations? And especially with the teams that we have out here, the ones who perform the best, have the best chemistry, have the best preparation, and a really good understanding of everybody in the lobby on top of the meta. That's so much to get done for a professional esport.
On this screen, I definitely want to highlight Jonah from Buriram. This is his 6th appearance on a Free Fire World Series global stage. An unbelievable record set. He leads everybody else, and obviously with experience comes maybe a possibility of a domination.
Yeah, I mean, talking about domination here, we're looking at some of the other teams, especially our Clash Squad winners, AG Global, dominating that side. And I'm looking at the subs, right? And I saw that even RRQ, they switched out Icon to put in 18 Deer once again. So again, these subs could be the difference maker, especially if they're looking for a different style, a different slice of life to get more points.
18 Deer became famous at EWC 2024 as he played under Gaimin Gladiators. He was known as the Clutch King back then. Will he be the clutch factor this time? We will have to wait and see. And of course, the final page of players, and you see EWOS Divine. the main focus here is going to be on Russia at EWC 2025. Without this super sniper, without this wonder kid, it would have been impossible. But he has been asleep. We had a couple of conversations with him, and he promised us, Gideon, that he is back at the top, and this time he wants to conquer. I hope he keeps his word.
Hey, let's not forget about Falcons here. If we're talking about people who are sleeping right now, where are the Falcons? Where's that dominating run we've been waiting for compared to Heavy? Because when Alan has come into this squad, he's completely changed the outlook of Vietnam. Now, let's look at today's game schedule. On game number 1, we start off with Bermuda, followed up by Nexterra, Alpine, Purgatory, Solara, and Kalahari. Our last 4 maps will be randomized.
My God, the OGs are gonna have a heyday out there on Bermuda. This is the one map that is just so difficult to put the pin on exactly who's going to be able to go out there and dominate. If you look at the knockout stage, E1 definitely has been absolutely impressive with what they have done here on this map. EVOS has been as well as far as points are concerned, but not Booyahs. So thankfully, it's one of the earlier ones.
Oh yeah, the fans have brought out the drums. Thank God our earphones are somewhat noise canceling, because right now the energy, oh my, wait a minute, they're pulling it over. Look at the support here for Free Fire.
Wow, look at that. And it's not just one, there are multiple being erected at the very same time. What did they say, man?
I think the first one that we're seeing in front of us says Conquer.
FF Indo Bersatu, that means Free Fire Indonesia United. And they are going to conquer, well, we will see Indonesia.
Oh my goodness, yeah, dude. As much as I love having that home ground energy, that home ground expectations, it weighs heavy on the shoulders of those who have to play. Oh my God, RRQ is coming up big too.
The kingdom of RRQ is here. Long live the king. And this is the fan base of EVOS Divine. I mean, come on. What a way to set up the atmosphere for the day, Gideon.
That is beautiful. On one side, RRQ with the iconic Rex Regum Kreon, and of course, EVOS on the other, and to unite them right at the center, directly opposite of our stage. A unity of Indonesians here today.
I think this is too beautiful, and whoever who came up with this needs to have a pat on their back. I am in love looking at this, and I think we've got the best seats in the house to admire this, Gideon.
Yeah, it looks incredible, and I think this is more for the players than anybody else. The mascot is out, the white tiger himself.
You gotta love it, and obviously RRQ, EVOS Divine, they're gonna be elated to see their home ground fans in front of us, absolutely in support. First of all, yes, they do have their own fan base on RRQ and EVOS, but right in front, like you said, Indonesia United. It doesn't matter which one of the Indonesians gets up to the top. It doesn't matter which team pulls away the trophy, as long as it stays in Indonesia this time round.
Hey, they're looking to try and pull that away. Keep in mind that world champions come from everywhere across the world. We've seen it gone back to the west, come back to the east, go back to the west, and they held it there. And it's just a lot of expectations and a lot of pressure. I hope these teams are ready to battle it out here today. But first, we head on over to the room of pressure before we get in.
The pressure is everywhere. The noise, the weight. Every player feels it. Every team carries it. The higher they climb to, the heavier it burns. Every loss, every mistake, we have experienced it. And now, there's no way out, only through.
Karena di last turnamen kita posisi 2, kita pasti lakuin yang terbaik di sini untuk bisa jadi juara.
Somos el mejor equipo en la historia de Latinoamérica.
Chúng tôi là một đội chân mạnh, lẫn cử viên cho chức vô địch tại giải đấu lần này.
ผมได้แชมป์โลกมาแล้ว 2 ครั้ง แล้วก็เกือบได้มาอีก 2 ครั้ง แล้วรอบนี้ผมไม่พลาดแน่
Para todos os meus haters que não me querem ver bem, aqui estou disputando meu terceiro FFWS. Se Deus quiser, vamos nos sair bem.
Karena ini tanah kita bakalan jadi juara di sini.
This is not about survival anymore. Whoever that crush everything in their way will burn the brightest.
It's time to crush some doubts and burn bright out here. And by the way, Gideon, this is the first time ever we're bringing one of our global finals into Jakarta. We've been all the way into Thailand. We've been all the way into Brazil. But in Indonesia, the first time. And guess what? Indonesia has never won a Free Fire World Series global finals in the past. Maybe this is exactly what they need. Hey. Maybe that home ground buff will get it done.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Because at the same time, this could be foreshadowing for all intents and purposes, right? We have a little bit of time before we start getting into our flight path here. And I'm already excited to see how this is going to play out because teams had a lot of preparation times, plenty of scrims building up to this very moment. So it's not like they're walking into this game blind.
And of course, with the energy, I mean, I hope you guys can hear a little bit of the background, energy that we've got in here, the voices of the Indonesians. Well, they're gonna make sure you guys hear it at the end of the day. It has to be unnerving to some of these teams out there. So the mental game, the mental fortitude needs to be really strong for these guys.
I think they have a total of 4 drums, 1 megaphone, and 24 rows of fans, all in synchronization to make sure that their voices are heard to their EVOS Divine team, who is sitting right at the edge, closest to them. With that being said, boys and girls, survivors across the world, it is time. The countdown is here, and it's time to get ready. First things off, the classic, the default, the tropical island, similar to Southeast Asia, the one that everybody knows. It's Bermuda as we start heading in to map number 1.
We go back to where it all started. It's time for Bermuda. And I hope it's time for some chaos. Flight path, please do not show any mercy. We want to see a couple of hot drops for sure. But what better hot drop than dictated by the flight path, which gives you no choice whatsoever. But no, it's gonna disappoint me at the start of the day.
Hey, we gotta keep it standard here, right? Let's just set the tone, set the bar for what is to be expected.
Yeah.
Look, so as you can see, hovering both over Factory and as well as Pochinok. Clock Tower being held on by E1 as Rimnam Village going to be dominated by RQ. In terms of hot drops, potential pieces of contact, wow, actually, Gao, a very wide spread by Bimasakti Strip.
Team Solid backing away. And it looks like they've managed to put enough distance between themselves and EWOS. And it looks like the jump pad comes out early as well. Launching themselves away. Heavy in a battle up against AG Global and the champions of Clash Squad. Off to a fantastic start. Is this the foreshadowing that we need?
Oh, I mean, they're coming off confident after Clash Squad, and they're not going to disappoint. First blood already through, and the crowd. I was expecting the Indonesian crowd to only be for the Indonesians, but they just love the action anyways.
Yeah, and of course, there are a lot of them are suddenly fans of AG as well. For what they saw on that Clash Squad stage, how do you not fall in love with them, man? Especially due but E1 finding JOW as well. Vietnam getting preyed upon very early on, but there's just one victim. The rest of the JOW players backing away. They don't want beef so early.
That's so interesting. Seeing E1 get into early engagements. You saw that Vit9 didn't even have a helmet or any body armor. He's going in a little naked, but he's got weapons. PE now trying to set up Lao Ho to go for the launcher before Coach Hill turns the corner. And you can hear that crowd once again. They want blood, and PE does not want to give it to them. You see the pinch down by the south side, and Ray takes out Nolan with the Bison in hand. PE Sports now in the middle of a scramble as RRQ from Hangar is coming to third from the south side.
Well, Nolan overstayed his welcome, but that also kept EVOS here for quite a while. Gracia from the shot from afar, and will connect. Gets the first knockdown, but the recovery is instantaneous from the side of RRQ. The battle between Indonesia starting off hot here at Hangar. Who would have thought this was a possibility? Gracia, a little bit aggressive here, but 18 here choosing not to engage.
And now, you see that Coach Hill, he's going to take first contact here. Walks into a double peek as Abe finds one. Gets a second into Ray. Aim God trades back into Abe. But it's not over just yet. The cryo mine comes through. Finds one execution. Gracia, he needs to land a couple more shots. Aim God, the only one to bring back the teammates here. An overall victory for EVOS. but RRQ on the other hand managing to get the revives down just in time.
Big brain flank from Aim God gets the double, and now the Grenadier of RRQ. Dude's trying to get away, but in the meantime, Heavy getting whooped by AG Global, who's not done just yet. 4 eliminations in hand. They are looking to wreck this lobby for sure. Currently leading with eliminations.
Bloody first round on all fronts here by the center of the ring. We're not done just yet as Alan in the middle of dealing with Barros, trying to deny him the opportunity to revive his teammates, but it's too late. And for Barros, he wins the 1v1. Heavy still in it to win it though. However, they only have 1 member left. BRU facing off against R7.
Back to back to back. Here comes the action. Jonah in a sticky little spot. Hatch though, connected from afar. Wasana trying to look for one, but Moshi will drop Hacks on the ground. Gameskin gets caught as well. The super sniper of Buriram is alive and kicking early in here today.
Oh, R7, they've already taken 2 casualties at this point as BRU. Despite losing their captain, it doesn't mean they don't want blood. Della needs to win this 1v1. It's down to the wire. 1 hit to 2 hits. Della able to get the inhaler off. Wasana tops himself off. Second inhaler coming through. Dash just passed with a valiant dash. Wasana secures the elimination.
Brings in a quick revive as well. Wasana multitasking just because he can. JOW though in a little bit of trouble. The flank is on, but the flank is taken down. Limit down on the ground. The sniper from the side of Falcon already taken out, and the bolt maker gets pulled out in terms of insurance by Falcon.
Oh my goodness, and the danger zone drops off. You can see inhalers coming through. They need to keep themselves topped up here. Without limit, they're not going to have their sniper to watch their backs. And Karora and Pina need to work to set up an angle as Demon Wade, RIP, coming in hot cow, making sure that they're getting involved as soon as possible. I thought RIP had an amazing angle, and he did come with a hot flank.
That was not a Falcon bolt maker. That was a JOW bolt maker raining down those lightning strikes on the Falcon players one after the other, cutting down their chances of survival. But they do manage to quickly disengage, and JOW have managed to play a little bit of recovery here, picking up 3 points, and so does Movistar R7 on their revive.
Now again, action has not stopped from the get-go. Everybody has been at each other's throats. Now coming back to Gao, EVOS looking for the third by Shipyard. They reaffirm the information with the help of Rashio, who's looking for a different angle. Aim God and Ray looking to hold the front line for as long as possible. Hans needs to follow Demon. He's cut off from the angle and now gets gunned down as he's isolated, allowing EVOS to spill on through. There you have it. EVOS finding the quadra kill, eliminating Gao as your first squad to bow out.
Unbelievable. 7 eliminations straight here for EVOS.
Oh boy, EVOS. This is the momentum we were talking about. 7 eliminations in the bag. Everybody else is trying to keep up with them. AG at 5, but luckily, at least for Heavy, they managed to get the full recovery. However, coming into that second ring, which is about to reveal itself soon, they need to get loot. They need the equipment.
A quick hit list purchase here just to avoid more engagements. Falcons, they do not want more heat. Looking for the spot. Wait, no! They're going in for the chase. Joker's going to be in a lot of trouble. That hit list purchase, Falcons wants elimination points early. But E1 on the other hand was a dash straight to Vinton. Gets the knock with the M590. Jonah follows up as well. Buriram on fire.
Beautiful play coming up from Wasana alongside Moshi here. Now they just need to take out Vinton XP and they might have a full squad wipe. And now as they continue to jump around, Wasana finally takes him out and allowing Jonah to come back in. E1 managing to get enough revives still to keep themselves in the game.
Chat, can you believe what you're seeing? Back to back to back to back action. It just has not stopped. And Buriram out of nowhere now, equalizing with EVOS. 7 eliminations per squad here. And AG Global needs to catch up, but what a phenomenal start by the East.
Let's look at the next ring, because so far in the blue, it's coming from EVOS on that northern side from Plantation. Observation is where we see the full recovery of Falcons as they're trying to cut through Bima Sakti's strip. However, in the center, You see that BRU are already in position alongside with Fluxo on the southern far south side, and right smack in the middle is Team Solid. These are dangerous positions, as the West has shown that they know how to read the ring and they know how to find a god spot when they need one.
I was just wondering, where in the world is Fluxo? Where in the world are the teams from the West? Looks like they are playing together here in the far off corner of Kota Tua. Will Fluxo take advantage? Global dropping by as well. Quickly flipping the script into a East versus West battle this time round, allowing Team Solid to be the third party in this situation. Boldmaker brought upon by Team Fluxo, and AG now in a lot of trouble.
They're trying to chunk out as many people as possible as MT7 goes onto the south side to find on the low ground maybe a common angle to bait them into. Butsin needs to buy a little bit of time, but AG take the far north side to deny the angles. They notice what MT7 is trying to do. It's going to be a bit of a long trip because their big problem is due, and they know it, and they want to take him out as soon as possible.
The bigger problem is potentially Barros here. Barros has got the M79 grenade launcher, waiting for the timing. He cannot wait for too long. Cypher and Team SR trying to find a little bit of revenge here after Dew gets taken down. No sniper in a CQC is not a big problem, but no Cypher is a big problem.
What an A1. It hit all three of them. No abilities to use. Wait, no, Team Solid now getting involved from the side of Kota Tua on the west half of the map. Barros finally out. And that's 11th place for AG here in map number 1. Revenge for Clash Squad yesterday.
Champions at Clash Squad, but in Battle Royale, it's definitely a different story here today. A weak start, but EVOS up against Heavy. The battle in the east continues once again, and the White Tigers looking for more prey. Aim God strikes yet again. This man is on fire. 5 eliminations, and he does not look like he wants to stop.
It's great to see AC80s, man. It's great to see it, but Heavy now having to deal with EVOS has not been looking good, as Rasha with a VSK in hand. Oh, and even tags Kabi, making sure that he's put in his place. EVOS, this was the momentum we were waiting for all season.
Well, Coach Heel flanking around from the right, but the jump pad allows a quick evacuation of the area. Heavy in a lot of trouble just moments ago, but EVOS, if they go in for the chase, they might just end up right in front of E1 Sports. And we just saw the flag of AG Global being burned on the LED screen right behind us. I mean, that's a beautiful addition to the tournament, I have to say.
Hey, man, if it happens in the game, it's got to happen on the stage as well. This is the production we're talking about here. Every year, it only gets better. But now we need to start talking about this third potential ring. We've got 3 seconds left. And now, I think everybody is thinking, oh man, I feel like everybody who's played center ring has a spot. We saw that E1 is looking to gatekeep, and you know how strong the West is at gatekeeping other teams.
Speaking of production, once again, the best production in the world of Free Fire tournaments so far. And I have to say, the observers are on fire today. I have not complained a single time. There were no missed opportunities, no missed battles, and you gotta love it, man.
Hey, chat, salutes to the observers. Show them some love.
Let's go.
And now, as we see the warning coming through, the zone is going to shrink. And EVOS understand that they are running on some very big points. Every placement from this point onwards is going to be so worth their time. If they get a booyah, even better. And that means more eliminations will start to roll through. But they also understand that with this large launch pad, they're going to be able to start making it into the ring. They just don't know how heavily contested it is. As you can see, everybody is here to play.
Absolutely, man. So clearly, the team booster was in play, managing to stay outside the circle for so long and barely take any damage off of that. But EVOS in a tad bit of trouble as they back away. Maybe Heavy wants revenge, but E1 Sports wants a piece of EVOS. Tagging up Coach Hill already. Rastia backing away as well. Ain't got with a sliver of hell, but thankfully the Supermans are on them. And RRQ comes to save EVOS.
They've come to save EVOS. They're in a bad position, but now it's an all-out battle. Bao 7 is down first. Dudes holds the back line. Abe goes down finally as he trades against Leon. EVOS, they smell blood in the water. They see 2 weak teams, and Heavy just kept in place. Allen is waiting for that right moment as Baal falls to Vitten 9 and Vitten XP. The Vitten brothers holding strong in one compound. Forcing, wait, it's Falcons! They're here to play too!
Falcons out of nowhere, swooping on in, looking for a prey, and they found it. Riptide Rhythm drops 18D as well. Peanut takes the slice. Karoro finds Abe, and bye-bye RRQ, says Falcons. What an unfortunate turn of events for the home ground squad.
Wee woo, wee woo. Hear that alert? It's teams overheating. EVOS was in an awful position and E1 was more than happy. They just weren't expecting so many people to get involved on the outside when the next ring has already been predetermined, and it's not over just yet. In this same compound, we see that EVOS is trying to hold out. Eventually, Falcons will need to make a choice to make themselves go towards the ringside, where you see R7 and Team Solid holding each other at bay, and that could be really awful for Heavy as well, because they can't rotate either.
Yeah, 3 teams are about to get whooped by this zone. EVOS in a lot of trouble, sending out a Riptide Rhythm courtesy of Russia, which Limit responds to, breaking down the defenses of Aim God. Pina actually tanking the blue, taking a little bit of damage, and now Falcon staying away from the circle, but that's a bad idea. But Karoro on fire, Pina all hop on in, and both Indonesian squads out early.
A great feint coming in from the Falcons. 2 on the outside to maintain pressure, 2 flank on the inside to push them out like toothpaste from a tube. Heavy, the next to fall as well. And now we look towards the west and the east sides. The west side dominated by PE, Team Solid, and R7, who are currently only running all 4 of their members. Wait, one of them is missing. Where is he? Oh, he's on the outside in the blue. I'm guessing, yep, it's Joker, who's looking to steal away some eliminations.
Yeah, man's definitely still clowning around at this point of time, but he has to be a little bit more careful.
Oh my god.
Falcons on the opposite end, but the battle between PE Sports and 2 squads from the west. Make it 3 if Fluxo decides to hop on into this battle as well. PE is about to be cooked if they don't use a jump pad and quickly reposition.
No, no, no. They're getting sandwiched from every angle at this point. They're even getting shot from the people on the complete opposite side. BRU is getting involved in this. Is on fire. Takes down an arrow and Riptide Rhythms from halfway across the world is ruining Vietnam's odds. Nolan, team wipeout.
Riptide Rhythm just ripped the opportunity. Ripped the chances of PE Sports apart. And now, here comes Movistar R7, one after the other. The time turner pulled out, just like what they were doing in Clash Squad. But it's not gonna work out just as easy. Nick still standing, the final survivor. But the circle takes out the rest of his team members. And Team Solid not looking so solid now.
Wait, Falcons just jumped over the heads of Fluxo as once again the arsenal now open. They need to start contesting. Team Solid finally goes down as Guerrero finds the shots. And now BRU, they decide it's time. We got to start moving our way into the chalet next door as Bops is going to get taken down by the Ordnance, allowing BRU to get in position. GU able to take out 2 members already. Falcons down and out, and it's now down to the classic BRU facing up against Fluxo.
And this was the one storyline we didn't touch on just yet. The storyline of Buriram and Fluxo. And they end up in the first game here at Bermuda to take each other on. And your 2-time world champs, your defending world champs, starts off global finals, grand finals with a grand booyah.
And look at that. You can see Butch is in. He is hyped. He knew that launcher was going to come in handy, and he was making plays alongside with GU to keep him in check. Luckily, they got Bops there. Cool as a cucumber. He's telling the rest of the team, yo, it's just game number 1. Great booyah. Let's keep up that energy. Because again, early game, not much contestation. Only 1 point of contact before making it in towards the ring. BRU slowly but surely actually rose up to become elimination leaders by ring number 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And then all hell broke loose at the end.
Absolutely, and I think you touched on a great point there, that Buriram were leading the eliminations even into that final circle, which means even though Fluxo does walk away with the booyah, Buriram will still be smiling because to them at this point of time, no booyah, no problem. Let's take a look and see exactly how the performance was here for the players on the side of Fluxo, because they definitely had a very solid game plan, unlike Team Solid, who spent a little bit too much time outside in the blue.
It cost them. I mean, yes, they did spend some time in the blue, but they found their initial position, but they gave up their position because they were looking for eliminations. They noticed very quickly, hey, we haven't had much contact ever since ring number 1.
Yeah, man.
So let's get involved here. Now, let's look at that final moment here between the 2 teams in their little clash squad of their own, because I want to see that launcher coming in huge, man. Oh my goodness, right when it mattered the most.
I mean, if you are the raiding, defending, back-to-back champs, this is the best case scenario. You start the day off and you are starting off with the peak of excitement as well as confidence. Yesterday was a little bit of a disappointment when they faced off up against AG Global and they took that second place in our Clash Squad Grand Finals. And of course, some questions were there. What's that going to do to the mental state of Fluxo? Is that going to get them disappointed, or is that going to light a super bonfire under their butts so that they go all out in the opener of today? Well, I think it is the latter, because that was done very efficiently. And I think a little scary as to how efficient they were getting to that final circle when there was so much of chaos.
Of course, but I'm more curious of what that final score is going to look like, right? You saw the BRUs coming out as elimination leaders. I'm not sure whether Fluxo was able to steal away enough elims. We saw them actually take out Falcons to make that top 2 actually happen. And unfortunately for Kuro, he just got hit too many times, right? E1 on the other side, again, very disappointing start from them. They had a solid game plan. They had that early contact that they were looking for, but they just could not find the God spot like everybody else.
Let's take a look at the standings here so we can answer your question.
Wow.
They made that final second comeback around the final corner. 9 eliminations, 12 points, 21 in total at the top. Buriram does not rip that one away from them, but instead, look at the story of the East. Falcons and Buriram, both on 19 apiece on that second and third spot.
Yeah, pretty crazy how close it was for Team Falcons, because again, they were the ones who had to technically reset 2 times, well, half reset 2 times in the middle of that fight. Great plays all across the board, but I think that, again, feels like there's too much gasoline being poured on such a small fire here in map number 1.
Absolutely, man. I want to highlight EVOS as well, but we'll come back to them in a little bit. Booyah team stats here. A124, Skylar, Steffi, Oscar. And I have to say, this Steffi was a lifesaver for Fluxo in a couple of situations. Those nades, they're definitely looking out for players like Dudes to kind of be roaming around with the M79, ready to pop them with the lethals. But they were ready for the battle. But one of the more effective manner of jumping into the battle, when you're dealing with an Oscar on the opposite side in the hands of Wasana, you pop that A124 and Bob's had that on time.
Oh yeah, let's not forget MVP coming into GU, because again, we saw that initial pick. Oh no, one of our team members got knocked down by Ordnance. Instantly, GU on the scene, not only to provide covering fire, manages to save the down teammate and denies more Ordnance from their opponent, allowing the launcher to come into play. With that being said, low damage numbers because they've been playing really, really chill the entire time. But with the SVD in hand, he's landing just enough shots to keep him at bay.
GU with his 5th appearance here on the Grand Finals of a phenomenal journey in Free Fire World Series. Twice with Magic Squad, 3 times with Fluxo, with this being the 3rd. And this is no better start for them and no better way to start the day off as a whole, because the 2 main teams that many people have got their eyes on, Buriram as well as Fluxo, it was poetic seeing them in that final circle together.
It really is. Again, it feels like we're replaying moments in history time and time as time goes by. And I think that even Falcons, they wanted to be part of it. It's like, no, we're trying to rewrite it here. Fluxo said, no. It's between us, sir. Please step out of the arena. Now, I did notice that amongst a lot of these coaches, worried look, seeing how aggressive and arguably more bloody than what was expected. From the Fluxo side, they're less worried. Their pre-preparation came into play very nicely. But for everybody else, instantly, hey, there are adjustments that need to be made.
And now, I think it's a good time to bring up EVOS, right? Because on this highlight, we will be able to see quite a lot of them, because in the initial parts of the engagement, EVOS was doing a lot. And they had built up to more than 10 eliminations, but only walked away with 3 placement points. Unlike RRQ that got eliminated early, EVOS launched themselves up towards the top of the leaderboard, which is super impressive.
Oh yeah, again, it's giving me like flashbacks of what happened during EWC and even the entirety of spring, right? This is how they like to play. Go all out right from the very start. See how far we can get. And if we could snowball that lead and double it at the very end, it's way more worth it than just doing nothing.
Absolutely, man. And of course, for the team that did barely anything in this first lobby, not by their choosing, RRQ, fate just wasn't on their side. they had unfortunately dropped into a situation where they helped out EVOS, and then they got stuck in a little bit of a pickle.
Yeah, they did. They did. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty surprised that RRQ wanted to get involved there, knowing that Team Solid was at their back in the first place, right? Let's look at the circle analysis, because right from the get-go, you see that everybody had a pretty decent spot. However, BRU, they played this before. Oh, a circle around peak, we know exactly what we want. And then that's why you saw them fight for Mill right at the beginning against R7. Afterwards, their movements across the map was heavily centered towards where the next ring was. And just notice all the teams on that left-hand side. They kept on getting pulled deeper and deeper into Cape Town.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And this was that moment where RRQ got involved in the fight with EVOS. And obviously, preying on E1, they thought this was going to be an easy thing. They did look at their backs and it's like, okay, coast is clear. Yeah, coast is clear as far as your eyes can see. But the jump pad that Falcons used to literally swoop on in and land on their heads was unexpected, right? And we could see dudes kind of hanging back, waiting with the grenade launcher. But the counter for that was just so beautiful. The Steffies were popped. None of those nades out of Mr. Dudes could do anything to these players. RRQ, they had a grand plan. Unfortunately, these other squads had the fantastic counter of Steffi.
Oh yeah, they were just adding things into the pot. Every time they were trying to concoct that potion, just a little bit more before it finally blew up in their faces. However, I am surprised about the overall performance. Why didn't Heavy get involved? They really stayed passive even though they heard everything that was happening, especially when the Falcons got involved as well. I think there was a prime opportunity there to really start hurting. You saw Alan just waiting by that window and just slowly harassing members who were walking by.
Yeah, welcome to the world and gameplay of Vietnam. That's just Heavy. That's just how Vietnam functions. I mean, sometimes they're super hot, and then most times they're kind of cold. But hopefully, that is not the strategy that they're going to be carrying in some of these other matches. Maybe the lesson was learned early, and that's a good thing for them.
Hey, a good thing to learn, because again, we still have plenty of matches to play. Now we go over into Nextera. Again, plenty of compounds to play around. The circle can be sometimes unforgiving, but for the most part of it, everybody has a rough idea of what they want to do. From early aggression, I don't know if game number 2 is where we're going to see teams just kind of chill out for a moment, right? Because now that you've got that first taste on a map like Bermuda, we're expecting it to kind of spill over for the next 2 maps before the reset.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I can't believe the pacing that we are taking through the grand finals here. Because it's not like we're speeding things up, but it feels like it's just breezing through, man. I can't believe we are already approaching game number 2. Nextera, obviously, the futuristic city is going to be a tad bit more difficult to maneuver around. Not many teams have found full mastery to play and dominate on this map just yet, like what we saw in Bermuda. I do expect a little bit of a slower pace in Nextera.
Well, and that's why I'm looking at teams, especially from Vietnam. They know how to make this map work in their favor. They know how to utilize those angles. And I think after everything that we saw in map number 1, there is a, well, I don't want to say it's just an Indonesian saying, but a lot of influence comes from it. Gas, 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 or gas. Gas, gas. They're just pouring fuel on the fire, and it's infecting everybody with how hyped this arena is.
Speaking of fuel on fire, the team that is usually on fire at Nextera is the one and only Buriram United Esports. From the knockout stage, they have brought in 2 Booyahs to their own. And of course, let's take a look at some comparison here. Free Fire World Series 2023, Buriram versus Team Fluxo. The average of points kind of leaning towards Buriram a little bit more. 2024, same story. 2025, you kind of see Fluxo overtaking them a tad bit. And maybe that's going to be a big game changer. Because even when Fluxo was behind, they were still walking away with the World Championship, bro.
Yep, that's true. And not to mention that even though the points have kind of evened themselves out, keep in mind, this is one of the few times that we've seen Buriram actually take a step back during the early stages of the global finals, right? We're not seeing them immediately. Day number 1, 100 points on the very first day. Like, no, they really just wanted to qualify and take it slow and stay under the radar.
They just refuse to be called the kings of the knockout stage, all right? They are sick and tired of it. They want to flip the script, and they just had this wild theory. Okay, maybe if we don't perform in the knockout stage, maybe then we can remove this curse of performing poorly at the grand finals. But let's expand a little bit on the rivalry between Fluxo as well as Buriram. Just a tad bit more, right? Because all of this started back in 2021 when it was Buriram and they were a giant back then, and they were obviously not taking it slow, becoming the world champs. But of course, you guys tell us as well, before we continue on with the storyline, who are your top 3 FFWS Global Finals players? Drop it in the comment section below. You know, are you going to be picking a player from the side of LATAM, or from Indonesia, or even maybe Vietnam?
Here's the thing, right? I've got a little bit of a... I'm a little flipping a floppy, right?
Yeah.
In 2021, I'm telling you, Moshi and Jonah, 2 players that I really, really admire how they play, how they lead the team, and how they kind of set the pace.
Yeah.
And then I'm just looking at it, man, Bops and MT7, a lot of parallels can be drawn between the two.
I do not disagree with you at all, man. FFWS Singapore 2021 champions as the Phoenix Force. And in 2022, FFWS Sentosa Buriram runner-up as EVOS Phoenix as AAA. Attack all around, took the crown. And in these times, Brazil was not really a pain in their backs just yet. It was those years that came after that where things get a little bit dicey, right? Because 2022, Bangkok, this is where Magic Squad first showed up but could not rise to the occasion, walking away with the 4th spot. But that was when they really showed the world that Brazil is here not just to play, but they want to dominate. And of course, Magic Squad, Free Fire World Series 2023 Bangkok, stepping into Thai home soil to take the trophy away from Thailand. I mean, yeah, they wanted to get it done, but to get it done in that way was a little heartbreaking for the Thai fans.
I mean, and that's where we start to see this legacy coming in for Fuxo actually begin. Dropping pretty close, honestly, a little too close for my comfort against Team Solid. But they've met each other before, they know exactly what to expect. But here by Intellect 7 turn, R7 back at it again, now facing up against Heavy. Heavy on the outer rim. Oh, wait, hold on. Russia, he's already down as AG already achieved first blood. Cochil as well goes down too.
Well, AG Global not too pleased at all with the results from the previous matchup, and they won blood early, hunting down the players. On the side of EVOS, one after the other. Team SR down and out already. Cypher almost eliminated, pulls out a glue wall in the nick of time. Barros drops by for the backup, and 2 players chasing down AimGod, looking for the point on him, and he will be found by Mr. Cypher's AUG.
Ah, man, it's going to be a slow start coming in from EVOS, hot start coming in from AG, but let's cut on back because Hax is finally down with an M18 in hand. See how Allen is going to have to play this out of his mind here, especially since Joker and as well as Kabi, who ends up going down. Nothing much you could really do. Allen unable to respond in time. Don't Cry is going to have to get involved here as Mufasa is holding a really far off angle, but there's just too many things in the way to safely protect the rest of his team. Don't Cry, he's making sure that he's watching the exits, and now that he's been flushed out, Della is going to take the space.
Allen up top, as the shorty in hand, looking for Gamesking. It's all about timing here. Mufasa out in the open as well. We thought Heavy was taking a little bit too soft of an approach earlier on, but I guess they're trying to flip the script for themselves this time around. Allen with that high ground, spots out Joker, gets the initial first few shots, follow up by Mufasa. One more down, and a very important player of all, the sniper of Movistar. As Mufasa now catches sight of Della. The plasma gun doesn't deliver just yet. And what a turnaround. But unfortunately too late, and Movistar R7 LATAM crashing again.
Heavy. They've learned a lot from Clash Squad. The feints that we see from them, the crossfire setups, just to make sure that if you fall into our trip zone, you're gone. Rashia coming back for a little bit more action, takes out Cypher here, and the crowd erupts with this like, oh no! He gets blasted down just before then. Ray able to actually pick him up just in time. Unfortunate scenario to be in, but at least they got the elimination.
Dude, you gotta respect the recovery of EVOS here. After initially losing players like Russia, they're right back in it on that revival, and they're not even thinking twice, right? Straight up jumping into yet another battle, picking up those very crucial points.
By Lazaria, we now see Gao on the lower end of this compound. Ooh, Demon taking a pretty big shot there. As E1 just trying to make sure that Ordnance is going to be traded back. They already have the contract ready to go. Vitten 9 holding down. Where's his brother though? Where's XP? He's holding the stairs, and now Hans and as well as Demon now make contact. And XP is the first to go down. As Mitten9 needs to quickly get into position. Leon on the second floor and having to deal with Demon finally wins his 1v1. Time Turner is already out, but now RIP, wait! Mitten9 here to try to save the day. Doesn't take him down.
GG. Leon turning things around up against Demon, but now he's going to get caught out. And down you go. And E1, you got to respect the instantaneous recovery on those revivals that came through off of that vending machine, or else they would be toast right now.
And while this is happening, it looks like EVOS Divine has been hovering around Plaza Ria, trying to make sure that they can try and claim this contract of their own. I'm not sure if they're the ones who threw it out. No, they're definitely not the ones here. As Ingot and Ray find revenge. GOW now taking a lot of eliminations here. They didn't expect Ray to be coming up from the top. Gonna be taken out too. That's a quadra kill already for Ray. 8 eliminations. Once again, trying to just lead the pack.
Yeah, man, I mean, excuse me, sir. What are you doing at the vending machine there behind your glue walls? Let me take a peek. Unfortunately, he didn't just take a peek. He took them down. And EVOS now leading the leaderboard with the most number of points. 20 eliminations in total. Only 3 out of the 23 coming through from placements. I mean, if you want to dominate, that's a fine way to dominate.
Hey, speaking of domination, look at Russia. King of the skies right now as Aim God gets put down by Lao Ho with a single headshot here. And now they immediately take him out. As GOW looks to recover, Russia is trying to make sure that this territory that PE is walking through, you're not getting to Ray without some form of damage. And LBT goes down because of it. Unfortunately for Ray, Nolan is there with a Trogon in hand to say, nah, stop right there, sir.
Well, they can't afford to get taken down, and Russia knows that well. Some shades of EWC there as the Wonder Kid Russia, the sniper of the squad, backs away to play recovery to bring the rest of his team members back in it, as Coach Heal will be the distraction. But he comes across his brother's RRQ, and obviously this is not going to be an easy run for him. Here comes that plushie out of Nero, making sure he stops all of his glue walls. But just that one glue wall up against the army of RRQ is not going to be enough as Coach Hill gets shut down.
Yep, but it's not going to be the entire squad wipe just yet at the very least, right? EVOS, they may still be leading the pack currently, but they need to make sure that they recover, because now the first ring is about to end. The second ring is going to be a huge shift, especially when we're trying to figure out the direction of which it's going to pull towards. So far, as we see that RRQ has been taking the back foot, really taking their time with this. They have been throwing the contracts out at the bare minimum. E1 has marked at least one of them. At this point, we got to see whether this south side is going to be just as safe, or whether E1 has recovered well and managed to find their own spots. Because when we look at it, it pulls towards the southwest side. They're actually a lot closer than you would have liked.
Yeah, Falcon's about to have a party here. Because if they don't use a launch pad or a jump pad to cross over Team Solid and EVOS, it's gonna get dicey. Speaking of EVOS, still hanging on with Russia. Team Solid on the chase. Russia looking for a vending machine, still far away from getting 2-1. Clearly not having a jump pad and not having a chance to survive as he gets sprayed down.
I mean, teams who had took these early engagements and have not been able to recover are still on the run. EVOS, I mean, R7, unfortunately, that was a full squad wide coming in from Heavy, but more importantly, teams like Gao, even for now, they finally find the full recovery as well. They don't want to start chain dying just yet. Now AG Global, wait, trying to set it up. Cypher getting out of there alongside with Barros, and everybody makes it to the other side, but they're running into the clutches of another squad. The firing line of RRQ to defend the kingdom here in Indonesia.
Out of the pan into the kingdom of RRQ as they get burned down to the ground. AG Global with Cypher all alone, but the vending machine not too far. But alas, the players of RRQ camping on that vending machine, taking Cypher out of the equation. And that is definitely not looking good for the champions of Clash Squad.
Hey, but RRQ, the fans are happy with this recovery from the previous game, and hopefully they make it into the next ring, because so far, the west side is starting to get a little heavily populated. E1 looking to reposition into another house as BRU trying to control 2 compounds at once.
This is E1 Sports about to be in a little bit of trouble as they come into nading distance of Buriram. Question is, does Captain Jonah have the M79. Does Captain Jonah have enough of those lethals to chuck at them? Yeah, he shows it to me. He's like, yeah, bro, I got the nade ready.
M7's ready to go. I think worst yet. Pretty sure they inoculate each other. Bop's the first to go down, but a good recovery coming in from Jiu and Woodson to make sure that Dian doesn't get any more. Dian has to win this out, but Woodson, he's got enough EP, and Woodson puts him down into the dirt.
Wonderfully played by Wuchizin. Didn't even need to wait for the rest of the backup. But you can also respect the play from Fluxo out here. Not sending so many of your players to go in for the hunt, just in case there was a trap set up there, which we've seen executed by so many of these squads so far.
On this west side, just north of Grav Labs, where you see RQ hold 3 teams in one perfect horizontal line. BRU, E1, and Heavy, who have been playing on that outer circle. Hopefully, based on what we've seen, how accurate it is on the reads of the ring, they're hoping that BRU has got that read right. As long as that we see Falcons coming out in towards the Grav Lab side, right? Just a different compartment as they slowly move to the center.
Falcons, great rotation to find the safe zone. And they don't really have to move too close to RRQ in a situation like this, but the circle will bait them in, pulling them closer into a potential skirmish up against RRQ. And I don't know if that's a good thing for RRQ.
Yeah, and I'm more worried about teams who want to come from the north side, because that's where we see Fluxo actually having the most amount of space to work with. Heavy, they're like, thank God, we don't have to move too much here, but we need to make sure that we conceal our presence. E1, we saw what happened the last time. They like gatekeeping, and they will go out of their way, even under heavy gunfire, to try and steal some eliminations at this point. BRU notice what is going to happen, and they might just pounce with all of the commotion happening right at their doorstep.
Yeah, FGL straight to the walls, but E1 will not look to get into a full-on skirmish with Heavy just yet, and Heavy sticking to the very edges of this zone. And the good thing of this play is they don't need to worry about their backs just yet, unless, of course, someone surprises them with a jump pad. But the likelihood of someone dropping outside of the circle is very low. So Heavy, this is a fantastic rotation for them for the time being.
Wait for the time being, because again, when is Fluxo going to start peeking? As we see that Heavy actually wants to make sure that they eliminate the angles here, as they actually want the position of E1. They saw what happened the last time. They have the same mindset. UAV glue walls come through, but now even the Valiant Dash has been busted through. Luckily, a quick reinforcement by E1 to allow Vit9 to recover, as we see the cryo mine being thrown out by BRU. The commotion is really stirring the pot. And if, oh my goodness, great nade coming in from Allen, and now the entry as they start walking through, clearing out room by room, another nade to take him out. Bop's taking out Kabi in the back, unfortunately. Fluxo finally getting involved, but this forces Heavy and as well as E1 to just cut this compound in half.
Oh, beautiful throw on that narrow, the plushie straight towards Vit9. No defenses for you, sir, just yet. And a 3v1 up against Vit XP, dropping him down onto the ground. No pickup available for E1 in the east versus west between Heavy and E1. Heavy will take the ground.
Now we look at Falcons team solid. Lower ground by Falcons, higher second floor and third floor held by Team Solid. And look at where Limit is, right? Just making sure that nobody can just walk past these windows without feeling some form of a fire. And I'm pretty sure those team boosters are helping him stay alive a little bit longer on top of the med kits. But how many resources are you willing to use before you reposition? Now the launchers are starting to take shape, and the cryo mine as well, just to allow and soften up, tenderize these pieces of meat. Maal takes out On Fire somehow from one of the windows. The Time Turner looking to regroup the team.
What a fantastic Time Turner pull just to make sure they block off the access of the door. But it cannot stop the Oscar. But what will stop him is a gunshot straight to the chest as he gets dropped. Nick taken out of the equation. Hack down on the ground. Falcons, they want a re-engagement here. Karoro breaking down those glue walls, going for the pickup of his own buddy.
Oh my God.
Can't get there in time. And Falcons just have one final survivor. And revenge time. RRQ is here for Karoro's head.
Oh my goodness. The worst time possible at 10% of his HP. Falcons' last member, Karoro, is just going to tank through it, as we see that RRQ are making sure that this small but very effective blockade is going to take out another position. Falcons are done. That's another position earned. They just want 4 more, and they find it here as they now eliminate another squad. That's going to be Team Solid at 6.
Karoro knew his fate was sealed, and he hopped on in there, got one knock first, and helped out RRQ. At the end of the day, the East still pretty much together up against the West.
Oh my goodness.
But Heavy up against Buriram though, this one's gonna get a tad bit dicey. Fluxo on the opposite side of all of this chaos, sitting pretty.
And Heavy, they're taking plenty of damage as well. As BRU need to get involved, it's about how much damage can Allen provide. Jonah will get picked up and hopefully he makes it back into the ring before somebody snipes him out, because the commotion here between Fluxo, PE, and as well as RRQ might cause a bit of problems. Storm clouds have been thrown towards the south side, but this final ring, it's so awkward. One compound, one arsenal to play around, bodies of water encompassing at least 40% as RRQ finally bow out.
And PE Sports in this final circle, but Buriram up against Fluxo. On the landing, they stick a fantastic triple glue wall. Nade on the way. No Steffi on the side of Buriram. Glue wall melt is laid out as well. Moshi down on the ground. This is trouble time for Buriram.
They can't keep on doing this. The glue wall melters are getting so much value as they stacked at least 2 on top of the Stefia. Try to power through the damage, waiting for a motion. And unfortunately, the motion of the blue is headed towards the southwest side.
And PE Sports just staying out of this mess, waiting to see who is that final contender up against them from that lower ground. Fluxo, on the other hand, is trying to find a better angle up against Buriram. But that will drag PE Sports right out, and GU will say goodnight, bye-bye, as he gets sprayed down.
Everybody's taking casualties except for PE. Somebody needs to look to their side. As you see that Fluxo have decided we're going to full commit to the opposite end here as BRU tank and even launch themselves just south of them on the slightly higher ground. PE, this is hunting ground time. They need to get aggressive, but unfortunately, they know that BRU is waiting at the top. They're trying to influence Fluxo to go to that side, but they refuse. Pops goes down first. MT7 alongside with Nolan put down to 1 as MT7 finally goes down, and PE, 1 member down. It's a 3v2v1.
A big mistake by Bobs, taking himself out with the grenade launcher, and that instantaneously took the possibility of a booyah away from Fluxo. But now, Wasana, double strike, first with a nade, second with a gun, and he goes in. Time to pull. Steffi popped as well to stop those nades. Get out! But Wasana, one of the best rushers in the world, sets himself up for a 1v1 up against Lao Ho, and the M590 fully mastered finally by King Wasana, looking for that booyah that they missed earlier on, and the first shot secured with a second. Buriram makes their comeback and secures the booyah.
They're here to play. They're here to play. Wasana take it all in. They silence this crowd one more time, and even that crowd was ready to give it to him. PE so close. Numbers advantage. Everything that they wanted was going in their direction in that top 3 scenario, but the end of it all, it just was not enough.
Like I said at the start of this map, the dominators of Nextera, the most consistent on Nextera, Team Buriram, walking into this global finals, grand finals with 2 booyahs in their hands at this map from the knockout stage, and clearly that was no fluke. And many a times they could have gotten taken down, especially in that final battle. The 3-way which PE Sports literally sat out of, because if PE had gotten involved, that would have been disastrous for the players of Buriram. But just with 2, they bought enough time for themselves, and as fate would have it, PE picked a fight with Fluxo.
PE was playing it as honest as they can, right? Yeah. We're just going to interact with one person at a time. I'm not going to, dilly-dally and start cheating on other people. But Buriram, again, the decision at the very end, right? We're going to see the last shot in just a little bit, because when they decided to launch late after they saw Fluxo fail to actually get out of the compound without losing members, that's when they saw that opportunity. Luckily for Wasana, he kept cool, calm, and collected, because you could see that his team members were like, oh boy, we shouldn't have traded there. We could have played it a little bit better, but he pulled through at the end.
And what Bobs did in that final moment is definitely going to linger on his mind a little bit longer than he would want. Because if you take yourself out with a grenade launcher in a moment like that, you just literally gave away a booyah opportunity. And this is where mental fortitude really matters, because you are literally on the grandest Free Fire stage of them all. In all the years of Free Fire World Series, this is the biggest, and you unfortunately slipped up. So
Yep.
if he does not put a smile back up on his face and bring that confidence back, I'm gonna be a tad bit worried for Fluxo.
I'm not worried about the Western teams when it comes down to vibes, right? Because that's something that's inbuilt into them, right? It's something that they feel in their blood, the passion for the game, and also the mental fortitude. Let's look at the game standings, because even though he took himself out, PE Sports
yeah, boy.
come out huge, 22 Fluxo. I mean, it's not the big 2-0 that they were looking for, but good enough. They still come out positive from it. Buriram only managed to get 20.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, PE Sports in the previous matchup, they only managed to walk away with 5 points. So this is a huge step up for them to get back into the race for that top spot, to get back into the race for that champion rush condition. But the sensibility as well as the consistency of gameplay from both Buriram and Fluxo, we all need to salute them.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And it is just unbelievable how they are able to maintain consistency at a level like this.
Yep, it's the kill switch, right? And that's what I feel that these teams, these veteran teams who've been together for a decent amount of time, they understand that all these knockouts don't matter until we get to the grand finals. And look how close it is between Buriram United and Fluxo. Now, PE Sports, part of that equation here, but they need to get into the 30s before they can even be part of the conversation when you're talking about Falcons, who didn't do too well in either of those games, but good enough to put themselves at 4th.
What a phenomenal jump here for PE Sports. I think they were somewhere around the 8th or the 9th spot earlier on. And this is a massive leap for them because of what they just did. And it was all about decision making, right? It's not about whether or not you can get into a battle. Can you walk out of the battle alive? Can you walk out of the battle with those eliminations on your side? Nero, A124, Steffi, Oscar, I think Buriram has cracked the code here with what is that perfect combination of active skills needed out there.
I think that this is something that they've been developing for a little bit of a time.
Yeah.
We saw them actually pick up the A124 alongside with the Steffi here, and then the Nero was kind of a give and take sometimes, right? They leaned into the Casties even when Nero first came out, and that's when everybody the rave was, we get A124, we get Nero, you basically can't do anything, right?
Yeah.
Just combo wombo.
You know, both Fluxo as well as Buriram, both of them 2-time world champs each, right? But Buriram has an edge over them because they were also 2-time runner-up. Buriram almost became 4-time world champs, which is absolutely ridiculous in terms of what a squad can do. But although these two squads are so phenomenal, so mighty in the world of Free Fire, at EWC, they came in 8th and 9th, bro. All right, that was ridiculous. But this is that redemption arc for them.
I mean, they were looking for the redemption arc, and I think they're slowly starting to find, you know, that pep in their step. Just notice that Moshi and even Jonah, right? They're coming in with assists overall. They are playing for those position points. They are looking to farm. But unless they make a hard read, then it's all up to this man right here.
Oh, yeah.
Game MVP, 6 eliminations, 2.4k damage with 2 assists. It's BRU Wasana.
Chat, the world of Free Fire, King Wasana is back. And the man's finally mastered the M590. He is whooping out there. I mean, 6 eliminations, did not second guess himself, and he's not holding back. He's got the Oscar, valiant dashes all around, and the very final live in-person emote. He shushed the whole crowd, and guess what? They listened. Everybody fell dead silent.
Oh boy. If you imagine it and you stare at him long enough, you might see the silhouette of a crown slowly appearing here. And I think that Wasana, he's in the zone. You can see that he's not overhyped and he's not too down. He's at a perfect calm. He's right in between, which is great for these styles of competition.
Oh, yeah.
But let's recap the entire game here, because again, E1, unfortunately, still meeting head-to-head against Heavy consistently. They have very similar game plans, but unfortunately, they don't have enough aggression to keep them in place.
I mean, this was a battle, right, where Bobs unfortunately takes himself down, and then it makes it very easy for Buriram to kind of prey on them. And towards the very end, just waiting for that right timing. We thought PE Sports had the best timing of them all, but Buriram outplayed them, showing us exactly why experience at a stage like this matters a lot. Because yes, mechanical skills can definitely be improved season after season, but decision making, when it is so crucial out there, that only comes with experience.
Hey, it's the limit that people usually hit, right? And now, at least for BRU, I love the fact that everybody, grand final day, clean shaven. They're like, no, don't get the hair in my face. Make sure that there is no distractions as we get into our next game. Map number 3 is going to be coming up real soon.
I do not know what else to expect. It's Alpine time. And guess what, bro? Okay, maybe not at the knockout stage only, because Buriram faltered. They are no longer the kings of Alpine, but we didn't play that many matches in the knockout stage.
Also true.
Alpine belongs to Buriram, but at the knockout stage, they were overtaken by one team. Guess who? Fluxo.
Again, these two teams have battled out against each other over many, many years.
Yeah.
They have very similar drop zones for a reason. And that's why they are dead even when it comes down to rivals.
And it looks like we kind of know exactly who's going to go towards that final circle. But it is times like these where you're so confident that this map belongs to me. I've already performed. I will be able to get there. Where some things kind of don't go the way they're planned. Just like what RRQ has been facing from the very start of today. 2 maps back to back. It has not gone their way.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, this is the championship rush format, right?
Yeah.
So it's more so that you want to have a high median number of points every single time until you're past 80. That's when you're expected to look for that big booyah. Hopefully things are going to be going well for these teams, generally speaking. But for now, as we are expecting map 4s and map 5 is when teams get closer to that number, we haven't seen the big 30 to kind of set the pace.
Yeah, we haven't seen that just yet. And once again, like what Gideon just mentioned, the aim is to reach 80 points as quickly as possible. The booyahs are not an issue right now. But after the booyah, after the 80 points, you need to really secure those booyahs as quickly as possible, because we have seen in the past teams who have activated the champion rush condition still failing to get it done. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, enough of us two boys. We gotta bring the pretty ladies back on here on the stage. So back to Yunsul, you guys go.
All right, thank you, casters. Woo! What a game! The action, the clutch plays, everything was so intense. Keren banget gak sih?
Yeah, it's been intense. Players showing skill, style, and poor sorcery out there.
Speaking of sorcery, do you know what else is stylish and supernatural?
Oh, I know. Where are we going right now? Are you talking about curses and domains?
That's right, because something epic is coming to Free Fire early next year.
That's right. Free Fire is going to have a crossover collaboration with Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yes, you heard that right, survivors. Your favorite sorcerers from Jujutsu Kaisen are coming to Free Fire starting January 2026.
That is insane. Imagine we get to be our favorite Jujutsu Kaisen character in the game.
Can you imagine Gojo in Bermuda? That is an instant highlight reel for me.
Get ready to unleash your curse power, Free Fire style.
All right, without further delay, let's take a look at the announcement video. Here we go.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I thought the domain expansion part was just the reference. I wasn't expecting a full announcement and collaboration.
I know, right? And Jujutsu Kaisen of all things, my goodness me. Somebody about to get cursed out there, and I wonder if somebody's already cursed. Again, the question of RRQ. Look at the fans. They were so bright. They were so full of energy earlier. But now they're like, okay, you know what? This was not what we signed up for.
No, no, no. Again, they don't want to pour too much gas on this very small fire and smother it. They're waiting for one of their teams to actually get going and give them that extra oomph when the momentum is on their side. And you can see, we are RRQ, we are the kings of kings, and they're gonna live up to that brand as soon as they take a booyah.
Okay, all right, I see some smiles there. And of course, Gideon did not lie to you guys, okay? We barely had empty seats earlier. It's just a little short break on the stage as of right now. So some of them have gone out, maybe to grab a couple of drinks, because clearly they were screaming at the top of their lungs earlier.
Yep, their throats are dry for a good reason. And now let's look at the map schedule one more time in case you are just tuning in. Our first 2 games games are out of the way. Fluxo took game number 1, and Buriram United Esports took game number 2. But here in game number 3, do you think that one of these two teams are going to find the back-to-back? Because the curse is still very evident and very real.
Well, somebody about to get hurt real bad, and I think it's not going to be Movistar R7. Because thankfully, this is a map that they're actually very proficient at. When finding the final circle, finding the eliminations on Alpine, Movistar has proven it in the knockout stage that they can get the job done. And I think it's time they wake up in the competition.
I think so far, the early contests have been kind of a 50-50. And yes, it is okay to do it within the first couple of games, but there needs to be some kind of formula to start really racking up these points. Because let's look at EVOS Divine for an example. Yes, they had a couple of early engagements, but at the same time, they are trying to keep up with everybody because they were one of the few teams who has a large amount of eliminations. That's what's keeping them in the middle of the pack.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, this is a situation where you really need to manage how you get into some of these combats. Yes, you've got the active skills and already, but we are also looking at the loot. The current meta, obviously there have been many changes. It's not about the guns anymore. It's not about the skills. It's all about the free fire coins.
Oh yeah.
It's literally the coin meta at the moment. And by the way, we've got the promise, a quote from Wasana. Buriram Wasana has been thinking this phrase since last year. If Buriram wins, he will say, Mom, Dad, I did it. And I kept my promise. Yeah, it's about time, man. I've been waiting, Wasana.
I mean, this is a personal quote from him, right? He knows what he's playing for, and he knows the weight on his shoulders, even when the crowd might go against them. Now we look towards AG's side. Again, it's back-to-back games where they win first engagement, but they haven't been able to get into second and third ring as consistently as we used to see them during the knockout stage.
Yeah, absolutely. But you got to pull a PE Sports. You know, just with one game, launch yourself right back into play, launch yourself right back into a spot where you are one of the top squads gearing up for the activation of Champion Rush. Yes, it is just 80 points, but in this lobby, it is not as easy, which is why it is just beyond mind-blowing. The consistency and the quality out of Buriram and Fluxo. I mean, not only are they getting into the final circle, but back-to-back now in the top 3. That's just pure ridiculousness, man.
Yeah, again, it's tough to see them actually make it this. The way that they made it this far is already great to see, but I'm looking at everybody else because, again, they're probably gnashing their teeth thinking like, man, these two teams keep getting into the top side. We could be that spot, right? Yeah. We have the exact same path. We have the exact same plan. They just got there first. We got pressured. How do we change it?
Yeah, and of course, even as I say that, Buriram is not too far away from activating Champion Rush. They only need 41 points more. How incredibly ridiculous that is, I cannot even begin. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time to head on into the green Alpine, where Buriram is no stranger to dominating in Southeast Asia. On the global stage, Fluxo has suddenly become the owner of this map. Will these two teams get into the final circle and do battle once again? Will we have a third party, or will fate turn them down and get them out of the lobby early just to spice things up?
Welcome to the high heights of Alpine here. Let's see our fly.
Oh, yeah, boy, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, between Garrison as well as Vantage, not the most skewed and awkward drops we've ever seen before, but it's going to take a little bit of time to get into the spots if you're looking towards the southwest side. Now, Vantage is going to be taken over by Fluxo, and as expected, Snowfall coming in for BRU. But now we look at the very first blood here by 18 Deer against PE.
RRQ off to a fantastic start. PE Sports, just after securing the top 3, it's quite classic, it's quite normal of PE Sports to drop the ball after performing well. But I hope that is not the kind of consistency they show us here today.
Yep. Hoping for a little bit more, right? We need to see those big points. We need to see a shakeup in the current lobby. We need a third bomber from some... Oh, again, Abe, 50-50 did. Unfortunately, picked the wrong side.
And Laho, at this point of time, the arena is super cold, but I can tell you this boy is sweating. Nero's not too far away. PE Sports might come back in here for a re-engagement because the revival was brought in instantaneously. And I think they want revenge.
Yeah, and Nero, he's got that top side covered, right? He saw them actually walking up, and now the Cryo Mine just gonna be thrown. Okay, interesting. Not sure how that worked, but let's just say it whiffed.
I don't know how they managed to mess that one up, but of course I see the ideation there. RRQ now still pretty much in this warehouse at Railroad, moving together as a unit with just one player sent far away to play recovery, to play a little bit of revive in case this fight goes south. So it's a 4v3. I am not so sure why RRQ put themselves in a spot like this.
Yeah, and RRQ, they have to back up, right? They realize very quickly that there is an advantage in numbers for PE with a number of available angles for them. So they back away and trying to see on both sides whether that they are going to go for the chase. The Cryo Mine coming up from a very awkward angle here. Abe quickly going to blow it to smithereens and top himself up as they are currently leading the lobby of eliminations by 1.
Cryo Mine is just so difficult to counter because how can you find any bit of space in your heart to shoot a plushie, bro? That just is impossible. Next, Valiant Dash breaks down the defense, but Aim God, how in the world is this guy not going down? Pulls out the Winchester, turns it around. Aim God showing him who's boss.
Yep, and now Aim God recognizes that he's in a lot of trouble. He's telling Rush to run for your life. If you can take a shot, do it, but at the sniper, I will buy you as much time as necessary. As Heavy by Ocean View is starting to sniff out how exactly EVOS is deployed, and they hear it. They hear that car running away. They know Aim God's free food.
Yeah, great play coming through from Heavy. FGL straight to the defense, forcing him out of that spot, and then finding the better angles on the right-hand side, flying with 3 players. Cypher broken down on the defense, pulls out a time turner after he Valiant dashes away from the players of Fluxo, but baiting into you in a 2v1. FD7 drops from the back, and the backstab does the job.
Oh, can't do much about it. Again, a quick, clean clear here for the side of Fluxo at the very least. Fortunately, they did lose Bops, but they should be able to bring him back no problem. As we look to the opposite side, EVOS against Team Solid at this point. Aim God, who just recently got revived. Wow, beats Hawk with the Akimbo! Putting it down into the dirt as they take control of Forest Red.
And that's how the White Tigers roll, baby. What a phenomenal opportunity, not missed, but taken with such grace. EVOS Divine looking for the top spot, currently sneaking into the 4th placement overall, but still a distance away from Buriram as well as Fluxo. By the way, Fluxo overtaking Buriram on that #1 spot here, but albeit they were not too far away from each other.
It's all about finding those elimination points in the earlier stages. We've seen how bloody these round 1s have been, but honestly, not as bloody as I thought it would be. A lot of the— wait, hold on. Nick, break it through, taking down Kabi, but Mufasa and don't quite quickly trade back. They've got to cover, making sure that at least Kabi isn't going to get a shot. Nobody in the mix. Okay, E1 haven't been able to recover again.
I can't miss this opportunity on the world stage, man. Mufasa hasn't gotten an elimination just yet, so we'll still have to wait for him. Had a great opportunity there, though. But speaking of opportunity, RRQ has not really seen their opportunities through in the past 2 global stage appearances. At EWC 2025, they were the runner-up. And even last year at FFWS Rio 2024, as Fluxo won their back-to-back title there, it was RRQ as the runner-up. When are they going to secure it? Because as of right now, they don't really look like they're in the best of shape.
Yeah, again, it has been a little awkward for them. They've taken more aggressive routes. However, that mid-game has been a little bit of an issue because they kept on going to the most high-volume areas.
Yeah.
As, unfortunately for Guaxa, they put in between some awkward members. Most importantly, another elimination point being found by Falcons, who's taking a much slower approach, right? Again, they don't mind these isolated Clash Squad fights happening at the edges of the map. It's something that they're used to, but they want to simulate or replicate what happened in game #1, except they are holding the spot rather than to come outside into the zone.
Yeah, and you know, although Dutz is a phenomenal grenadier, I think they're depending on Dutz a little bit too much as of this point of time. Maal needs to wake up. At the end of the day, he is the predator of RRQ. This guy is unbelievable. As the sniper picking up the most number of eliminations in the knockout stage for RRQ is just beyond impressive, right? But he has not struck hard today just yet, and he needs to do so before they strike out.
Now, speaking of which, striking hard, everybody, they're just holding on to their energy right now, taking smaller compounds, waiting for that second ring to eventually reveal itself before they make a decision. But the ones who are moving right now has been E1, and they took a lot out of Team Solid before they recovered as they walk into EVOS, not expecting him. Leon at least needs to buy a little bit of time here. They've broken the cryo mine already as AimGod is looking to take space. A1 being thrown down to a Pow 7 side as they both drop down and chase him down into the river. And EVOS come up on top, but they give up their position.
AimGod with the first tag, Rasia with the follow-up, and the Wonder Kid is still at it. But one more survivor from the side of E1. On that revival, obviously, is going to be a tad bit tough. They've got 2 more players out, and they have split apart. And this guy, Leon, is going to be the sacrificial lamb that distracts the players of EVOS long enough so that the rest of those revives can be brought through.
E1 down to its last member. Unfortunately for them, it's going to be a full reset at the end of the day.
Wow.
AimGod has been performing so well these past couple of maps. Usually you would be expecting people like Rasia or even Ray to be making plays of their own, but AimGod definitely is making a credible name for himself despite already working well during EWC. Now we look at R7 as they make their transition into their next spot here. Already marked. And it looks like, where are they getting shot from? It's from Gao on the northern side, but I feel like somebody else is getting involved here, which is why they're going back straight into this compound, right? Making sure that they hide within the tent for the time being.
Well, since we're taking a breather here, I want to follow up with what you were saying. AimGod basically just living up to his name, right? He has not been off with his aim so far. Coming in second in terms of overall eliminations for his squad from the knockout stage, and led by Rasia. The Wonder Kid struck hard during the knockout stage, and he is continuously popping off here at the grand finals. As long as Rasia and AimGod keep this up, I think the squad's not going to have too much of a problem at all. At this point of time, EVOS on the 3rd spot. Even though RRQ has had a rough start here, EVOS making sure they carry the flag of Indonesia. As E1 makes a full recovery, and we are back to 48 players.
Yeah, but it's a full reset, and it's a very long trip to get back into the ring.
But so this question, right? We didn't see the revive. If that revive was hit on a advanced revival platform, when you get revived, dude, you are way beyond back in the game.
That's
it's like you haven't left.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, because again, they were on. If I remember correctly, they were all the way on the southeastern side to find it, so I'm not sure whether or not they found the advanced platform or not, but there's a good chance that they did. Now, R7, they've been sitting here for quite some time, and GOW's inched their way, getting a little more disrespectful each time, giving some space over for Team Solid to find their own compound here in Garrison, and even RRQ getting involved in the mix.
Well, I did say Movistar R7 are very comfortable on Alpine, but situation they are in right now does not look comfy at all. In a potential skirmish up against a very hungry Vietnamese squad of GOW, who's currently at the very bottom of the leaderboard in terms of performance, RRQ right in front of them, who are still hungry for points, who are struggling in the competition, and a little bit beyond that, you've got Team Solid waiting to hop on in and take advantage of whatever points they can grab. This is not looking good for the LATAM squad.
Yeah, now that we have this large, wide drone shot, my only concern is I saw Fluxo in the blue on the eastern side. Where are they right now? Are they still tanking it here? Or are they just walking alongside it to find that spot? Because there's only one compound that's available on that eastern side, and AG Global are just walking alongside the blue at this point.
I don't like this at all, Gideon. In fact, let me correct that. I hate what we are seeing right now. You're 10 minutes into the game. You have every single player, every single squad alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. This does not look good. Soon, something is going to befall all of us here at Alpine, and it's called pandemonium. Once those shots begin, you will not know where to lay out your glue wall, because they're going to come from every single corner of the map.
Yeah. Oh, really good position coming in from Du in the high ground, sitting out in the blue, expecting some team to rotate late. And his call was right as he notices the monster truck coming in with Fluxo from that northern side. So they know this is happening. They know and are aware that they can actually move down to the south to find their own spot.
I mean, this is something you guys cannot find online, but the whole stadium, the whole arena was rumbling with that monster truck just moments ago. Now Buriram up against Team Heavy. this is going to be trouble time. Boltmaker pulled out here already, and it looks like it is courtesy of Team Heavy, who are still out in the open. But a smart play from Team Buriram, using the container to protect themselves from that Boltmaker, so no lightning strike can lead to shutting down the players of Buriram just yet. And PE Sports taking advantage, chucking in a couple of shots here as well.
That's gotta be. And now another cryo mine from the back as well. Heavy, they're playing on the outside here, but this is starting to look very dangerous. BRU decide, you know what? We're not gonna get involved, right?
Yeah, man.
Another cryo mine.
Oh, Fluxo!
Yep.
Fluxo from the back. PE Sports in a little bit of trouble. Team Solid trying to flank Team Heavy as well. We have got Pandemonium starting off here already, and the teams are taking a step back. They want to slow the pace down, but fate will have it in a way where you cannot run away from this chaos.
And PE, they switch tent, right? Here on the south side, we see that EVOS is just trying to recover as much as they can. They've taken a lot of pressure at this point of time and managed to bring in Coach Shield back up. Oh, what a shot for Russia! And it's a Fit 9! Back-to-back shots, but the Riptide Rhythm has blown away their cover. Both of them getting attacked here by R7 and AG Global.
AG Global gatekeeping EVOS, making sure they don't step into the circle, and shots from the back as well as E1 finds them, but everybody else aiming down at E1 at the same time as well. EVOS, the recovery is phenomenal. Aim God, the spray downs coming on through. Within wants a little bit of revenge. Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defenses, and a Riptide Rhythm from the back as well. And E1 gets their revenge and takes EVOS out of the lobby.
There's just so much influence from everybody else, and Falcons have been waiting in the wake this entire time. As AG, they have the information of what's going on the northern side, but on the south side, Falcons want to take this spot away from R7. They have a little bit of influence towards the west and the eastern sides, but not enough to change the game. And now, back-to-back fight, Heavy fighting against BRU, and BRU putting them down in the dirt with the help of Fluxo in the back. Get high, gets knocked down. Jonah as well, as the blue starts to close on in. They need to recover here, and they need to recover fast, but the maze of blue walls is starting to become a bit of a hindrance.
Yeah, I'm just showing Heavy what happens when you try to aim at them, what happens when you bring the Boltmaker down, when you bring those lightning strikes down. The one who gets struck down is not us, but you, says Buriram, as they flip the script and take Heavy out of the equation. And the position that they hold in the circle is not a comfortable one just yet. Towards their right, maybe there's a little bit of space, and Moshi trying to clear up more space for him as he shuts Nyx down.
Oh, Cryo coming out towards BRU side as PE Sports have committed a lot here, but they can't seem to find the eliminations just yet. As Moshi is knocked, you can see that at least for Lao Ho, he will take as many pot shots as necessary to make this happen. Reinforced blue walls already being deployed as BRU are looking for a better position. Fluxo has taken their time. The next ring has been shown, and BRU, Moshi is still low. He has not been able to recover. They have to hold on. A1 is out, and now they're going all hell breaks loose as they do the Boltmaker, and straight away, Nero getting gunned down by Fluxo, who has been watching them the whole time.
What a superb play by Buriram, running into a tiny compound, barricading two windows, leaving one open so that they can bait in the players of PE Sports. But that plan instantaneously failed because Fluxo showed up on that high ground, taking aim at PE Sports, forcing them to back away. Therefore, Buriram does not get to eat just yet.
They don't want to eat, and they actually recovered very, very nicely from that R7. Now in an awkward spot and an all-in against Gao, and that's going to be Falcons getting blasted out first as AG and RRQ were looking down by their sights. Now they're holding strong, but however, on the southern side, with R7 Joker, the last remaining members standing with a full squad of Gao, gaining, two cryo mines actually coming down from the western side, and now the side with them. Joker out of position, he can't really do too much, and finally gets beamed down by Dian. R7 down in 8th.
Fluxo and Buriram still alive and kicking. Will they do this back to back to back to get into that final circle and do battle? PE Sports still a part of this equation as well. A brilliant mind to pop that Steffi, but RRQ in the back, clearing house. Yes, you may be the champions of Clash Squad, but here in Battle Royale, you want nothing as they sweep AG Global out of the lobby.
Good use of the launchers, but at this point, RRQ out of position, cut out in the open. Dudes need to apply some pressure here as Fluxo, they've got the angles covered. They know that PE and as well as BRU have been at each other's throats, but now with at least the Riptide Rhythm, they're forcing them out of position, out into the blue. Dude, taking a lot of damage, has to inhale. While you see that Gao, while this is happening, Gao is rotating towards Team Solid's side to try and make some space of their own. They know that the ring is going to be moving towards the northwestern side, so they have to be ready for the rotation.
6 teams left, 2 from the west, 4 from the east.
Oh my God,
and RRQ and Buriram about to dance, about to do the tango out in the open, but RRQ changed their mind. The Master Grenadier dudes finds the double tag and will find the clearance as well, and the distraction allows Buriram to survive a little bit longer.
Elimination secured, and what a rotation from Fluxo. They've got an amazing angle. Team Solid is trying to keep Gao in place, and Buriram United has to come in from the back to sweep them under the rug. PE, bow out, and now Buriram taking full damage from Fluxo's side, at least from the Gao's perspective. They don't mind. They've already influenced CS to move out of position, but now it's their time to shine, their time to start making a move.
Get high picked up, drop right back down because of the zone, and he has to be sacrificed. But a great recovery here as Wasana picks Moshi up. Riptide Rhythm down by Fluxo, breaking down the defenses of Buriram. No other glue walls can be brought back up because of those glue wall melters, and that is just trouble time. But Buriram choosing to take the fight straight up against Fluxo, who barricades Buriram away.
Oh no, Cryo Mine coming out as well. This is super frustrating. They cut it down straight away, but the A1 also coming in from Gao has stopped Fluxo's aggression, and now they're focusing on position. They reposition, they've already neutered BRU. They have to worry about some of the other squads in this lobby. 4 still remaining.
How will this final circle break down?
Oh, what the?
Buriram still wants a piece of them as Team Solid takes those shots up against GOW. GOW looking for the flank around towards Buriram in a 4v2. The Thai Giants are about to get crushed here by Vietnam if they are not careful. Jonah clipped by Demon, not before finding MT7, and that puts the chances of Fluxo walking away with a Booyah a little bit on the lower scale as well, all thanks to Captain Jonah.
And now the tango begins. Ring around the rosy, Cryo Mine being thrown out towards CS, so hopefully probe a reaction from Fluxo, but Fluxo do not bite just yet.
What a position though, on top of the container, the highest ground possible as of now. The circle's going to be shrinking in a little bit, and Team Solid out in the open. Sprayed down by Fluxo. Butch is in with those headshots, not going to miss in a situation like this. AC 80 for the win, and again, we are now final circle, East versus West time.
Beautiful play coming in from Gao, reinforced glue walls as well. The A1 connects to Butch, it opens a hole. Damon goes down first. The top side with Deanne trying to take out Butch in the back. He doesn't get enough shots and still playing VP, but it's too late. He's been beamed down. Now Bobs needs to land enough shots, and he does with the help of GU. That's Fluxo with another booyah.
3 games back to back to back. And this could just be a little bit of a preview for the World Series as well. Perhaps they can be back to back to back champions, getting into the final circle with such consistency, with such brilliance, is unthinkable at a stage, at a level like this.
Oh, what
the Brazilians just don't know when to give up.
Dude, Fluxo, I mean, hopefully we catch that one rotation where they go out into blue while MT7 takes a high ground position. They covered both angles well, just in case another team was going to try and mirror them one more time. Again, coverage here. Gao had one hell of a chance because they were trying to deny the center of the ring. They even threw out their glue wall reinforcers just to make sure that they could hold the middle.
What a phenomenal final game here before we take a little bit of a break. And it looks like the stats just don't lie, except for Movistar R7. Buriram and Fluxo getting in towards that final circle, but Buriram faltering a tad bit too early. They got baited out by RRQ. They went in for the slice, and then after that, GOW obviously taking advantage. But Fluxo, though, not missing when it truly counts. And just like how they took away the trophy from Buriram, they have taken away dominance of Alpine from Buriram.
Oh my goodness, GU, what a flank that was. And again, instantly back to reviewing like what exactly happened in the middle of those fights. Because again, you can see that Bobson as well. MT7 is like, I'm out of this. I already got blasted in the back. I was just watching the entire time, and Bobs barely had an angle to work with. So only GU was the one to break it through once Butson got on his knees.
It's ridiculous, man, because you know the teams that performed well on this map throughout the whole knockout stage were the exact same teams except Movistar R7 to get into that final circle. I'm talking about teams like Team Solid. I'm talking about GOW, who have also secured a booyah here on Alpine. The consistency, unbelievable, and I'm actually gonna rest easy a little bit knowing that the data actually is very much still intelligible. Because usually for grand finals like these, you take the sheets, you take the data, you take the numbers, and you throw it out of the window.
Oh yeah, I mean, we were expecting things to get a little bit more chaotic, but as we see, the teams can kind of realize, hey, it's not the time to put a foot on the gas just yet, right? We started off trying to set the tone in game number 1. Game number 2, bit of a hybrid. Game number 3, a much slower pace from every single one of these teams, because now they realize this is it, this is real.
My God, it's sure as hell is real, and that stage is real. Those transparent LEDs are real. So you see those that have the banners of these teams? Those are transparent LEDs. Gideon just pointed that out to me earlier on. You see stuff on the LED, and at times, it just kind of blanks out and you get to see the spotlights behind the LEDs. We've got state-of-the-art stuff on this stage, and I have to say, it is the most impressive stage I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, look at this. Look at the angles. It's so cinematic. So, right at the very end. Okay, let's look at the standings here, because that is a whopping game coming out of Fluxo. And I say whopping, yes, not because it didn't hit 30, but look at the rest of the lobby, right?
Yeah.
Now is the only one coming close, and they still didn't break into the big 2-0.
Not yet. But dude, one more game. One more game should be enough for Fluxo to activate Champion Rush condition. And just like how they secured a booyah here, that's all they need to do. But will the map favor Fluxo later on? We'll have to wait and see. But GOW, just like PE Sports, have used this match as a stepping stone to jump back into battle. But how far in, we'll have to wait and see on that overall leaderboard. Buriram United Esports picking up a total of 14. Down at the bottom, PE Sports and Heavy not doing too well. Movistar R7 crashing out on a map that could have put them back in contention.
I think the saddest part is that despite Team Solid actually getting a decent amount of placement points, we're only able to find one elimination, right? When you're in that encampment, it becomes ridiculous. It forces you to go out of your way for the all-in. And now we see the current standing, 63 points for Fluxo as they lead the charge. Buriram United, not as hot, but they are 10 points away. And then it's Team Falcons. We are seeing the disparity and the gap grow larger and larger.
Bro. Look at the map. Look at the logos. Both Fluxo and Buriram, 2-time world champs each. Could that also be a preview of what we're about to see in terms of the booyahs here? Both of them having 2 booyahs each at the start of our grand finals day. I tell you, this is absolute cinema. You cannot write a script as good as this. The tournament does not get better than this. Esports for Free Fire does not get better than this.
I'm looking at the middle of the pack, everybody within the 30-point range, from 3rd all the way down to 6th, right? These people need a hot game, a 30 bomber, if they want to even contest the top 2 right now, as they continue to move on further and further away from the rest. Now, Purgatory is the upcoming map, and when we look at these stats, I'm thinking, all right, this A124 is so influential, right? Yeah. And from Fluxo's position, they're not influencing people with, hey, you can't use your abilities. They use it a little bit more selfishly. The cryo mine, strangely enough, from everybody else, are being lobbed at each other like it's like a game of table tennis.
Yeah, it's all about the timing, and Bobs knows his timing perfectly executed on the battlefield time and time again. We've seen him pull it off with that A124. It's the team that doesn't want to lean towards the way of the new meta, towards the new active skills. But you know what? They were the ones that proved that Skylar was still effective out of meta. Nobody used Skylar. They were still bringing him in, and that's how they became world champs. So I'm not going to doubt the setup here by the Brazilian squad at all. But look at the numbers though, bro. Everybody throwing in a little bit of effort here.
See, this is why they actually like leaning into the Skylar a little bit more. They can abuse those windows because of the mechanical skill.
Yeah.
When they find those windows open, everybody is ready to take those shots all at once, which is why you see that Woodson as well as MT7 work really well together when they start working around the maps. GU as the support towards Woodson in the ways that they lead the charge together, and Bobs just needs to make sure that the flanks are covered when the initiation occurs.
No doubt at all. And Butch is in 8 knockdowns in total, 3,683 on the damage. He is your MVP with 4 eliminations, but the impact that he brought into the game unbelievable. Rocking the Oscar, bursting through all of those blue walls out there. He puts himself in harm's way many of times, but today, just keeping distance between himself as well as the rest of the teams, making that AC-80 work, only bringing out that Valiant Dash when he is put in a desperate situation.
And I mean, we've seen many times where Butson is actually leading the charge into crushing after the follow-up with the A1, right? And I think so far, he's been crushing it every single time. Yes, funny enough, every time they get the Booyah, where's Butson? He's like, I'm sorry, I'm on my knees, dude. You clean it up for me. I've already opened up the map for you. Do your work. But now we come back to just a quick review. How exactly did they get in this initial position, right? Because AG, they took quite a beating by Vantage Point, and then this ring around the Rosie. It's so awkward because every single time you move from point to point, there is some clear pieces of natural cover or compounds that you could work with to protect yourself.
And every single time a team wanted to get aggressive and went in there for the hunt, they just got wiped. Not by the team they were hunting. They were successful with the hunt, just like how RRQ went for PE. They were successful with the wipeout, and then Buriram showed up out of nowhere. And Buriram were very lucky that RRQ chose to, pound on the team of PE instead of taking the fight up against them, because that would have been a tad bit unfortunate. No doubt at all, dudes would have just unleashed a flurry of grenades to take them out.
I think between everybody, it was Fluxo, PE, alongside with Gao and BRU, who told each other, hey, y'all better play honest in this game of musical chairs, okay? Be as honest as you can, because we saw what happened when Team Solid wanted to go out of their way. Instantly locked down. Even Gao, they didn't know the rules yet, but when they learned, they pulled back straight away.
And that's exactly what you need to do out there on a battlefield like this. You gotta stay aware, and you gotta stay on your tippy toes to make that decision at that split second, whether to go all in or to back away. And I have to say, we can't hold it against the squads in this Alpine map. You know, we called it out. Pandemonium was about to strike, and that's exactly what we got. And it was the kind of beautiful cinema that we need here at the Global Finals Grand Final.
Of course, it brings the energy up. It keeps especially the hometown favorites and all their fans real excited about the game. Obviously, it's not as hot as when you go into a pub and jump into Brasilia, but at the very least, there's plenty, just enough spaces for teams to actually hide into. Again, I'm really curious about the total number of damage that we actually saw from all Cryo Mine users, all the Narrow users, because that's basically what we saw influence the rest of the motions from the map, alongside with the A1, of course. But at the same time, I think we really need to start thinking about, hey, as much as we like using Cryo Mine not only to scout and a means to actually stop our opponents, when are we going to start putting our bodies online? When are we going to start actually holding these angles rather than faking them?
And of course, RRQ, this was that game where they wanted to make their big comeback, right? So it's a tad bit unfortunate they got wiped out. They couldn't secure the Booyah for themselves, but we see signs of life. Prior to this, it was only on EVOS, but RRQ is finally setting themselves up to get a little bit closer to the top of the leaderboard. Unfortunate that they faltered early, but this is a really good sign for the home crowd here, because now both the Indonesian squads are ready for battle.
Yep, and with what we've seen here today, the only difference maker between Booyah winners and everybody else as losers is a creative rotation.
Yes.
That's how we saw MT7 find a good spot. That's how we saw Fluxo actually go out into the blue at the very end when it hurts the most to make it happen.
I mean, and that's the kind of situation you're going to be thrown into here at the Global Finals. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are about to bring Miss Conchita as well as Yunsol back on that stage. But after this, you're going to have Husky and Neptune. We're going to sign off for a little bit.
It's Yunsol. Everything is so amazing here, right in Indonesia Arena, and I love it so much. We just finished our third game, and right next to me is Fluxo Bujizin. Hello, Carol, our translator today. All right, let's jump into our first questions. How does it feel playing in front of the Indonesian fans here at the Indonesia Arena and not in Brazil anymore, where most of the crowd doesn't cheer for you guys?
Como é que você se sente jogando aqui em Jakarta, na Indonésia, com um monte de gente assistindo vocês aqui, especialmente que não são brasileiros, são totalmente fãs da como é que você se sente, maiores fãs da Indonésia?
Ah, me sinto bem, eu achei, quando eu entrei ali, tava bonita a festa, então, tipo, eu gosto muito desse calor da torcida, e eles são muito respeitosos, gostei muito e tá muito bonito.
So far for me, it's really good. I have been enjoying the whole crowd. They are very respectful. So I feel like this energy, the atmosphere is everything. So that's the competitive scenario, and I respect that, and I'm enjoying to play here in Jakarta, Indonesia.
I love that. Seems like you guys are playing Brazil, but still heading in the first place in the scoreboard, so it's really good. All right, into our next questions. Also, last year, you were the one who got the golden bullet, the last shot that sealed the title, which is the World Champions title. All right, how confident are you about winning the title for the third year?
Bom, você foi o jogador, né, que garantiu o título pro Fluxo ano passado, né? Foi o último a fazer a última eliminação. Como é que vocês veem agora para esse ano, talvez para garantir mais um título na história do Fluxo e também o seu individual, o terceiro da história?
Mano, viemos muito confiante. Acho que esse dia aqui é o dia que a gente sonha o ano todo. A gente começa o ano já pensando nesse dia. Então a gente não quer falhar, a gente vai dar tudo de nós mesmos, vamos se dedicar muito e se Deus quiser vai dar certo.
I came very prepared for this moment right now. We have been working the whole day to come here on the stage, come here to the grand finals. So we are definitely very excited to be here, and we will give for all of us to be here today and win one more title.
Good spirit. Okay, good luck. All right, last questions. Any words you want to say to the Indonesian fans, but also to everyone in Brazil right now?
Você gostaria de compartilhar alguma coisa com todos os fãs da Indonésia que estão aqui, especialmente os fãs brasileiros?
Eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que compareceu, tá muito bonito. Eu não imaginei que seria tão legal assim, tantas pessoas, tanto barulho, bandeiras bonitas, tudo muito bonito. E é isso, muito obrigado e estamos dando um show pra vocês aí.
I just want to say thank you to all the Indonesian fans. This is very beautiful. The flags are beautiful. The party are beautiful. All the cheering, all the fans, they are here. It's very amazing. I respect a lot of that. I could imagine how beautiful this could be, but right now I'm enjoying a lot to have this big crowd here and makes us even more excited to keep playing.
I'm really happy that Pujisin is enjoying himself the best right now. Thanks a lot, Pujisin, and good luck to you in the next game. Oh, hey, Conchita, can you translate everything we just said to everyone right here now?
Yeah, of course, Ilso, no problem at all. Jadi tadi kita udah selesai menginterview salah satu pemain dari Brazil, tepatnya dari Fluxo, ada Buchuzen yang katanya udah melakukan banyak banget persiapan nih untuk kedatangannya ke Jakarta. Dan meskipun mereka bukanlah salah satu pemain dari tim tuan rumah, tetap merasa kedatangannya di Jakarta itu disambut dengan baik. Mereka semangat banget untuk bisa tampil maksimal di pertandingan-pertandingan yang tersisa hari ini. Karena memang kalau kita lihat tadi luar biasa juga ya performa dari Fluxo. Mudah-mudahan ada kesempatan nih buat tim-tim Indonesia bisa mengejar dan bisa memiliki konsistensi yang sama seperti apa yang ditunjukkan Fluxo di 3 game tadi. Nah sekarang kita mau ngobrol-ngobrol gantian. Kita akan ngobrol sama pemain dari tim Indonesia RRQ Kazoo. Hello dudes, hello Maal.
Hello.
Hi, so we're here with the stars of RRQ Kazoo. We have Dudes and of course we have Mal. And okay, let's just jump into my very first question. So we all heard that Buchuzen felt very welcome. They are playing so well at the grand final today. But they are surely feeling the pressure a little by the amazing supporter that Indonesia has. Is there anything you'd like to say to welcome Buchuzen to Jakarta? Apa yang mau kamu sampaikan untuk menyambut Buchuzen ke Jakarta? Karena tetap ya namanya tim tamu datang terus tampil di hadapan pendukungnya Indonesia yang luar biasa banget. Supporter kita ada rasa deg-degannya. Apa yang mau disampaikan? Sweet nih, ganti-gantian nih. Dudes dulu deh, as captain, I think you should go first. Anything you'd like to say to Buchuzen to, I don't know, give any kind of response or just to welcome him to Jakarta?
Ya, good luck lah. Game masih panjang, jangan terlalu hype lah mereka. Masih panjang.
Ooh, that is pretty spicy. So basically what Dude said is welcome to Jakarta. Don't get too cocky because the night is still young. We still have plenty of more chances. So yeah, just wait and see. We're gonna come and get ya. Okay, next question. I think Miles should take this one, okay? It's your turn. Back to the game. With Purgatory coming up next, how confident are you heading into that map and playing in front of your own supporters? Masuk ke game berikutnya, kita akan masuk ke map Purgatory. Kalau RRQ tuh sepede apa sih main di Purgatory? Apalagi kalian mainnya juga di hadapan pendukung sendiri. Kingdom kan udah keren banget. Coba Kingdom, mana suaranya? Sepede apa untuk masuk ke map selanjutnya?
Pede banget sih, soalnya kan match sebelum-sebelumnya kita kurang. Nah, di Purgatory ini kita buktiin sih kita bakal boyak.
Bakal jadi Raja Purgatory?
Benar.
Benar. Okay, so he said that he admits RRQ hasn't been really great the previous games, but they're trying to fix it. Going into Purgatory, they're feeling pretty confident and they sure they can be the king of Purgatory. I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see, okay? Last question, and this question is for the both of you. Buat kalian berdua. Anything you'd like to say to the fans who have traveled all around or all over Indonesia to come and watch you compete live at the Indonesia Arena? Ada yang mau disampaikan nggak kepada para fans yang udah datang jauh-jauh dari seluruh belahan Indonesia untuk bisa hadir di Indonesia Arena dan mendukung RRQ Kazu?
Buat fans-fans RRQ Kaju, tetap dukung, game masih panjang, kita akan ambil piala itu.
Please keep on supporting us. The night is still young and we're gonna go lift that trophy. Thank you so much, dudes. Thank you, Maal. Actually, one more question. Can you tell me the story behind your hair clips today? Bisa diceritain nggak cerita di balik jepitan-jepitan rambut kamu?
Nggak ada sih, emang kemauan pacar saya.
So his girlfriend actually requested the hair clips that you see on Maal's head right now. Okay, once again, thank you so much, RRQ. Good luck with the rest of the game. And now I think I'm gonna go back to Yunsul and have a bit of a chit chat because we have an interesting information we'd like to share to you, survivors. Ooh, that interview was spicy, huh?
Yeah, of course. Which why we need to cool everyone down.
Oh, drastically, please.
Immediately.
I think we need something freezing, right?
Survivors, time for a chilly surprise. Free Fire's brand new Winterlands event for 2025.
Yes, it's fresh, it's frosty, and it's about to take you somewhere completely new. This time, it comes with a new name, Winterland's Dream Space.
It is fresh, it is frosty, it is about to take you somewhere completely new.
No more teasing, let's roll the video.
Oh, do you want to be big, little guy? Just fulfilled his dream.
What are you doing to Yeti?
Would you like to see how it is to be legendary?
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. Live here at the Indonesian Arena, Jakarta. It's Battle Royale Finals, and so far the Brazilians have been leading the pack. We're going to be taking over from AJ and Gideon for just the next few rounds. My name is Husky, and with me is good old Neptune. We have made it to the top of the world, baby.
Yeah, definitely.
Purgatory coming up.
Exactly what you said. Fluxo and Brazil is bringing the heat on in this game. It's very close to be able to achieve that champion rush condition, and Purgatory might be that map we're in. They'll be able to reach it.
And there is a possibility that within the next 3 rounds, Fluxo can lift that trophy and give Brazil that 3-peat, 3 years in a row as a region to cement themselves as the greatest of all time. And this is a scary thought, because in front of the home crowd of the Kingdoms, of the White Tiger, Fluxo is the one that has withstood the test of time round after round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, despite of the loss from yesterday's Clash Squad, it seems like they're not phased. They are here for blood. They are here for that repeat. And it has been shown already from the beginning of the day, even when they were taken out, not grabbing that booyah in the game number 2, they know the plan. They just move as if they are very stealthy, and we were looking at it whilst waiting for an opportunity as well to tell the story. But I really love this version of Fluxo. It seems like they've learned so much from Southeast Asia. Knowing that they are also in Southeast Asia, they can bring the same mirror the same approach that they have received from the past.
This is 100. If this is an exam, they've just got perfect marks for it, right? They have done so much homework on what the other regions have been doing, and Fluxo continues to make sure that every single move that they make has a big payoff. We were watching that game tree, that Alpine rotation was on point, and we also theorycraft what are they going to do coming into map number 4 in Purgatory, and we have settled on 2 possible conclusions, Crossroads and Moat House.
Yeah, let's see though if that would be the rotation, because at some point they need to get away from their usual south movement, south to east, south to west movement, and they might outsmart the other teams if they go in for those north area drop spot. It is free based on information that we've gathered so far on the teams being eliminated already out of Grand Finals, and this is one way that they can outsmart the other teams, play it even safer, and then just achieve what is needed.
And I think what makes it even more impressive is that the past 3 maps that Fluxo have dominated aren't their strongest maps. They dominated on Buriram's home turf.
Yeah.
Dominated. They get a Booyah, not a problem, right? I mean, they get a Booyah on Alpine, sorry. It's Nextera. They didn't, but they still finished top 3. They also dominated Bermuda, which in of itself, they are up there in the ranking, but not kind of not projected to win the round.
Yeah.
Purgatory could be that breaking point.
Well, let's see though. I mean, they need to make adjustments because based on what we've seen in knockout stage, Fluxo in Purgatory, somewhat mid, but we've seen a lot of those from mid that really made an upset in this grand final. So if they just play go and achieve all those points, like not too much of aggression, making sure that they will be able to get decent amount of elimination on the late game as they play safe.
And that's what they have been doing, right? The round 1, they came out swinging hard. They were getting the double-digit eliminations. But map 2 and 3, they slow down a little bit, but still maintaining that composure, right? They end the game, and we realize that they are breaking into the 20s, and now they're sitting at the precipice of unlocking Champion Rush condition. Purgatory is where you can kind of take a breather if you're Fluxo, right? You could play slow, the Booyah is not a necessity, and you can still have a chance to win by map 5 on Solara.
Well, unless they are scouted, like really targeted by a lot of teams, because at some point, based on their understanding of how Fluxo has been working so far in the past 3 games, it might be that some other teams, aggressive, especially for those in the lower part, would want to get a lot of elimination. And from the passiveness of half of the teams that we have in Grand Finals, the best way to get there is just go along the edges of the zone, and that's where Fluxo often are. So if they were caught off guard, hopefully they're prepared, ready, resources ready, even in the beginning or early parts of that map.
I think the second layer to that is also which team is willing to roll the dice.
Oh,
because the night is still pretty young here in Jakarta. We have a potential 7 more rounds to go. So if anything, you don't really want to roll the dice right now unless things get incredibly desperate. But let's see if that is gonna rear its ugly head for some of these bottom feeders as we get ready to jump into map number 4 is Purgatory, and Fluxo are so close.
Yep, neither heaven nor hell can save the teams who would be slowing down, and it seems like their teams are ready. The flight could be fair, or it could be rough, and that might force those who are in contention for the champion rush condition to go down early. But it seems like we might be able to find out where the teams will be dropping in, as well as if there will be those hot drops in Purgatory in a bit.
Let's see if our theory is true.
Yep.
Fluxo has gone for the drop. I think they will still stick with Mount Villa and Golf Course, which is something that was originally their drop spot, right? We saw it being, at least on the projected scale, very populated on that western side of the map. GOW is going to join them there. Falcons taking Lumber Mill with RRQ at 5 Brigade, Central for Heavy. Things are going exactly to what the default plan is.
Yeah, and one thing that would be a threat for Fluxo to be able to get the champion rush condition are teams surrounding them. But let's head over to Falcons right now, going against RRQ. Surrounding them, from what we've seen earlier in drop, it is Heavy who's very close. So we'll need to be cautious. just going in against compounds and Falcons have reached already, but Falcons had backup plan from far away. Keroro being hit, Riptide Rhythm, and 18 deer for the rush, but unfortunately shot by Pina, G36, and he won't be able to fly.
And just the 1v1s from Team Falcons are a lot more precise in this initial skirmish. And RRQ's aggression completely smothered. Dude trapped in a 2v1, wins against Keroro, but doesn't have time to answer Pina. So it's Falcons kicking off the round with 3 points.
3 eliminations already and 1 to go if in case they'll be able to chase down the final player from RRQ. But RRQ, we know the firepower as well as the fighting spirit that they have. It has happened from the early parts of this day and seems like they can do it once again. Evos though going against PE Sports, and surprisingly on how PE Sports has managed to get a lot of points for today. I guess they're really motivated, but what can the motivation do if you have to deal with an entire squad?
And that for LBT, the answer is to get the heck out of that area. Shots on Evos unfortunately aren't connecting yet, so LBT might be able to make that great escape. We'll lose that vehicle along the way. The rest of PE Sports doesn't seem that they are in a position to provide any backup. This is a necessary sacrifice for PE Sports to continue securing Crossroads, which is the initial projected drop spot for Fluxo. If they deviate away from Mount Villa, they will be safe, but Pina is trapped in the thunderstorm with Heavy on his tail.
Yeah, after the engagement that they had to deal with earlier, here comes Heavy, and the lightning is on. Kabi for a takedown with Woodpecker, and Heavy gets 2 already. Falcons though, some players managed to pull away and limit, and On Fire is safe. For Abe, he will be taken down, but I think RRQ managed to bring 1 back for play, and they will still be in this game.
RRQ battered and bruised, same as Falcons, but Falcons just got that full revive as Aim God takes care of LBT, who was on the run for quite a while, scattering PE Sports into the wind. And it's also worth noting that on Purgatory, Marbleworks is the stronghold for BRU, but usually their rotations are uninterrupted. Now we are introducing GOW and Fluxo into the equation. It could end ugly, like how it did for RRQ Kazu, who just got wiped out.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ Kazu being eliminated, and we just witnessed as well 1 player from PE Sports being taken down. Now, AG in a possible hunt at this point, and who will they be targeting? Team Solid is very near from where they are right now, and hopefully the plan would be just to get to the edge of the safe zone, make sure that they have high ground, good information being taken by Du, and then stop right there. There's no need for AG to aggress because there's a lot of threat in the surrounding.
Yeah, we did see some parallels between AG Global and Fluxo, and it's something that has been brought forward from 2023. I think it started there where they make some very parallel rotations, and back in the days it was AG Global that was catching Fluxo off guard. But right now, we see that adjustment. AG Global willing to take these fights, and Team Solid will put them to the test. But the attention now lies on Falcons and Heavy, as Falcons just could not hold a candle as Keroro gets sliced to ribbons. Don't Cry does go down, but his teammate should be able to retrieve him.
Yeah, 2 remaining for Falcons, but a quick revive, and they're back from the ashes. Pina right now, a little bit shot coming from Allen. VSS or VSK would deal a little bit of damage, but not so much. And let's see if that SMG of VSS can be so deadly, similar to what we've seen in Clash Squad, but On Fire guarding the gates, making sure that Pina will be safe and the rest of the team. But unfortunately, that M1887 would not be stopped, and Falcons will still be in trouble.
Good follow-up from Allen to ensure that that exchange is completed. Pina will be able to get Don't Cry down, and now tries to run away from Mufasa. The wall put up just for safety purposes, so Pina gets a bit of breathing room. His teammate able to join him in just a little bit. Keroro back in action. Pina holds himself back. Team Solid eliminated off screen in the back of AG Global's aggression, and Pina loses that fight against Mufasa, who has the better weaponry, so Heavy is still having the advantage.
And Max 7 to a quick takeaway, and unfortunately that nade didn't go through those glue walls. It could have been a little bit early, and they can deal with the remaining players of Team Falcons. Keroro right now hit by Allen's nade as well as glue wall melter, but Mufasa being taken down. Charge buster from Falcons. Now Allen might be in trouble. On Fire right now on his left, and hand, Kiroro on his right, and there goes the time turner, not turning back the time to help him recover.
These two teams are literally farming points from each other. The revives, the backup, it feels like an endless zombie horde. And it was Falcons who sort of outlasted the odds at the very end, despite Heavy's efforts in keeping themselves in the running. And now Don't Cry realizes that he's been isolated, gets Kiroro, but Pina with the Bison will make sure that the streak ends there. Falcons with 9 eliminations.
9 elimination and 2 left for Heavy to be dealt with. Kabi shows up. Pina doesn't have the weapon, only a Bison that can be used from long range, but here comes the shots from behind on fire, and they are running through against Kabi. Not so much that can be done, and Kabi right now will receive a little bit of damage from that blue as well, and this might be it. Despite of how well they protected themselves from that area, Falcons would get another point, making 10.
Kabi is the one who pulls the trigger first. Tries to go for the jump peak. And On Fire will make sure that Kabi also gets put to rest. The quad piece for On Fire. And 10 points for Falcons based off of takedowns.
Well, let's see though, switching to a different team in the high ground, R7 as well as E1 Sports. Great position to take right now, especially for Joker. But let's see if they will have, they will go for this engagement, because yes, they will have 10 seconds remaining before the next phase shrinks. But it seems like some teams will be rushing in against them. The AG, for a fact, is also on the edge, might meet E1, and that's where R7 might take advantage.
While we have some time, it's also worth pointing out that BRU and Fluxo completely dodged each other. Despite sharing the same piece of land on that western side, they just avoided each other. Fluxo ended up going to Central now. It might run into Falcons, whereas BRU finally gets to pull off their usual rotation for Marbleworks to Crossroad, and that guarantees a fighting chance for BRU and Fluxo alike.
Yeah, for Fluxo's side, I mean, if you are just aiming to get the enough points that you need to achieve that champion rush condition, you will need to get away from Marbleworks, and that's what they did. And the same thing for Graham United, because second place, they're very close as well, 10 points behind Fluxo before we started this game. So smart move coming from both of these teams. Now let's see if they'll still be able to tank the blue, because it seems like for Fluxo, they will end up a little bit further from where they need to be, but on their sides with B Team Falcons, that might be the next contender, next challenger that they need to deal with.
Just anything we know about Fluxo, the longer you let them do what they want, the later the game goes without Fluxo having to interact much with heavy combat. They are gonna transform into a mobile arsenal. They're gonna have everything when that late game comes. And we even talked about this in the break room, where I personally am convinced that Fluxo's main goal every single round is to hunt for that launcher, so that Bobs can be ready to blow things up.
Yeah, and most of the time, like, because of their patience, they are in a situation wherein they can see a couple of teams going against each other, and those launchers, that M79, would be very deadly, taking a lot of elimination, despite of them being late in the party and grabbing all those.
Circle does move over to the northern side, which does play into what Fluxo likes, right? South to north, that's sort of the usual rotation path. BRU close to the edge, but there's no one that BRU can gatekeep, so for them it's a journey in. Fluxo, just like what we saw in Alpine, have completely dodged and skipped that early to mid phase.
Oh, well, let's see though. It's a slow travel, especially with the monster truck, which is a little bit heavy at this point. I'm not talking about the team though, but let's see, as a 10-minute mark has been achieved already, and a lot of contention, a lot of battle is happening, and also damage being received by Team Falcons. But as you can see it, Kiroro would be put in a hit list, and it is once again Team Heavy. I mean, the rivalry from the beginning up until this moment of this game is still so hot between these two teams, and Fluxo might just be able to take advantage of it, get elimination once they meet each other.
That could not have been a better timing for Fluxo. Caught a glimpse of Falcon's vehicles, who were also distracted by the hit list by Heavy, and Fluxo immediately makes a pit stop. Again, avoiding any conflict and putting themselves in a spot where they are the ones that have the chance to take advantage of teams who are preoccupied with combat.
Well, as we're looking overhead of this situation. Whoever is the agent for Purgatory right now might be rolling in dough, because it seems like everything is occupied. Almost everything is occupied. But as we see, PE Sports are still looking around as to for a place to stay. There goes the Cryo Mine onto E1. But as we switch over to AG, who might be seeing Team Falcons, there goes the hit, but no takedown. But On Fire would be taken out, and Ju would be the guy. The MVP from Clash Squad still continues his reign.
As they extinguished On Fire's flame, Falcons are left in tatters. Riptide and Alpina will have to relocate. Limit also tries to reposition. This could be a three-pronged attack, but AG Global knows better than to fall for that bag of tricks. They will now turn on to Kororo first. It's Cypher to take the challenge, and Cypher wins and gives in the machete through the neck. Pina and Limit left to pick up the pieces. A leg shot from Du will do the job on the Pina, and Limit has nothing left.
Hell, Limit right now going solo. Not so much of room to move or breathe. It's a good thing that managed to get away from Fluxo as well, and what he has to do right now is just sustain himself. But into the view, into the spot where AG can just gatekeep, wait, and have that patience, because they are very near to the next phase of the circle. Limit would either pull out a launch pad and go fly past them, or just make sure that he has enough men to sustain this.
Fluxo just came in. This is going to be the first ever full-on fight. And it's going to be with Heavy. They needed to make that rotation. There is a scan. I believe that one was from AG Global. So 5 enemy ops pinged out. There's another team fighting. Rasha and JIHAN. It's Rasha that wins Evo's Divine. GOW R7 also joins in. Things are about to get incredibly messy as AG Global now comes under fire, courtesy of Heavy. So Fluxo again avoids combat.
Yeah, Fluxo avoids combat, and the occupants of the Purgatory Apartments are still here. Battling. Heavy rushes in. Kabi and Alan a little bit reckless, but they split up. Alan right now moving into GOW, and Kabi heads into Evos. Brimlighted flies in, looking at the minimap right now, might be able to hit against Heavy, and they will also catch the information or the attention of Evo's Divine. There goes Falcons being eliminated in this game, and let's see how this battle of the compounds go.
It's another rematch from the Clash Squad. This rivalry continues to burn bright. Fluxo against AG Global. Geo right in front. Team SR and Cypher trying to hold them back. But Fluxo have shown immense composure and patience even in these high-stakes moments. They don't let the urgency dictate what the next move is. In fact, it is AG Global that is feeling a bit uneasy as Fluxo continues to in forward, pushes in, pulls the trigger, breaks to the glue wall, and AG Global continues to be forced to back off. Riptide only temporarily stops them until Pyros has something to say about it. By eliminating Butchers in, they could stop Fluxo right here, right now, but Bob's not willing to yield, and they are turning it onto AG Global. Bobs ends up going down, MT7 fills in the black in the grave, and Jiu left standing as AG Global puts the stop to that rampage. Fluxo will need to play a few more rounds.
Another nail in the coffin on that final mission for Fluxo, but unfortunately the table has been turned with that M79. Not expecting that they will be taken out, but speaking of being taken out, Brimlighted being taken out, eliminated by Evo's Divine, and we still have 7 teams remaining in our 15-minute mark.
And we did say that Purgatory could be the breaking point for some of these teams, and the tempo has been broken completely by Evos and AG Global. No Fluxo, no BRU, no Falcons. The table is now wide open again. Just like Movistar R7, out in the open with PE Sports raining hellfire on them. But if they avoid PE Sports, they're running straight into the jaws of the White Tiger.
And the White Tiger will just be waiting. And a lot of people right now on this side. Della needs not to be moved, otherwise he will be taken down. Heavy right now, moving away, but Ray, AC-80 in hand, takes him down. 6 teams remain, and this arena is on fire. Evos receiving a little bit of damage from GOW. Rip is already down. Aim God trying to recover, and Demon being taken out. And there goes GOW going away out to the lobby. And we have 4 teams left.
Imgard was sacrificed in the process, but for Evos, they're definitely counting their blessings. The fact that they only lost one member in all that chaos. It's the best case scenario. AG Global now turns into this 4v4 and they immediately take care of E1 Esports. We're down to another Southeast Asia derby between AG Global, EVOS, and PE, the big three in this final circle, with PE the ones who are at the most disadvantaged position with only 2 men left.
Yeah, 2 men left and also being damaged. AG has potential to just wait this out and use their numbers to win this fight. Razia on the shot and will be taken down by Cypher. 21 elimination from the champions of Clash Quad and still on the roll. And EVO's being taken down. Only 2 players remaining. Nero is down. And looks like EVO's or AG Global would be back for another Booyah, the first Booyah in the Grand Finals.
And they turbocharge themselves up the standings with 35 massive points off of the monstrous performance of every single member of the team. Barros and Cypher coming online as a dynamic duo that we have seen throughout the entirety of Clash Squad yesterday to put Fluxo in their place and then convert that rotation into a Booyah on Purgatory.
Well, it seems like from the beginning of this game, there's the first team who really grabbed all those points, taking out RRQ in Forge in first circle and continue going in against other teams like Fluxo, and towards the end, having 4 players alive, maintaining that composure despite of all those eliminations that could have bring so much of energy that they could have been taken down.
This was sort of what we also talked about during that Alpine map where we were concerned to a certain point if AG Global runs into Fluxo, they will be held to pay.
Yeah.
Because statistically, AG Global has been winning these 4v4s if they are the one who gets the drop onto Fluxo. And in this case, we see that in action again, despite Fluxo being the one that runs into AG Global and starting that fight. But this final circle was prepped from the very beginning. AG Global knew that they had it in the bag and there was nothing that they could stop them. 35 points, a Booyah plus 23 eliminations. AG are now in the conversation.
And AG, not only have they taken the record for the first Clash Squad champion, has broken the record in the highest match, the highest points that they can grab in one match. 35 points. And I was not thinking this is possible, especially on how heated, how strong, how determined everyone in these grand finals are. But AG Global still running their own script.
We were floating the idea of what if AG Global, off of yesterday's performance, takes that wave and then becomes a double champion this weekend. And now that possibility has resurfaced again. 35 points for them and everyone left fighting for scrap. EVOS Divine getting 16 on second, PE Sports with 15. But then you look at the front runners.
Yeah.
Falcons with the most out of the top 3, 11 points for them. BRU only getting 5 and Fluxo only getting 2. So for Fluxo and BRU, they gotta wait one more round to even have a chance to win the whole thing. We proposed the idea of ending it by round 5, but at least now we are guaranteed 6 maps.
Well, let's see that. Let's see. The Travels, the story can change overall, especially from what we've seen. And Fluxo, 65 points and very close to achieving it. Denied in this game. Brim United as well. Wherein only 5 points has been grabbed. 27 or 22 or 17 was needed earlier before this game. And now it's down to 12. Now, let's see, though, if they'll be able to farm all those points before heading into engagement, because it seems like the slow approach from Fluxo and Buriram United was okay, was pristine. But because they were the most aggressive in these games, they didn't cut down the numbers of those opponents. But as we look into AG Global, I mean, A124 making a comeback in this game, and Chrono still in the mix, despite of some of the teams not really utilizing it to perfection.
I think the main difference between what AG Global is running and what Fluxo was running was that Steffi, right? That's the sort of the only stark difference between these two teams. But I think in the grand scheme of things, AG Global, they have been in this spot plenty of times in the Battle Royale finals. They've always been the one that is surprising the crowd. They've been the one that really comes out of nowhere and scores a big round. But it's about crossing that finishing line.
Yeah.
They've crossed it once yesterday. And if this is the performance that we're getting for AG Global, they just need one more push to get to that position to step on the podium. Just like how they were in EWC, but they missed out in the final round.
Well, let's see though. As we can see right now, AG Global put so much of effort, and that is also thanks to Cypher, our MVP from that game. 11 elimination, 2903 on the damage, and 10 on the assist. Wearing that Oscar the Rusher that really has brought in so much fire for AG Global, and I think with this number still maintains his spot as the top eliminator for this competition.
Cypher on form has been that reoccurring theme, right?
Yeah.
When we say that he's at his best, Cypher is always the reliable pillar that AG Global can lean on. And that's take the burden off of the captain due to. With that being said, I think by the end of next round, there is still a possibility that minimum, at least one team can unlock Champion Rush. If we get lucky, maybe two of them, right? Because BRU and Falcons aren't that far away from Fluxo too.
Well, let's see though if that is possible really, because with that number of points, it brings them a little bit closer to going for that top 3. But as we look at the highlights right now, and this is how they really control that situation against Team Falcons. And even against Fluxo, they just waited. And we know Fluxo is that patient team as well, but they played for the pressure of that blue that gave AG that advantage.
I'm slightly shocked that with all that patience that they have demonstrated, they were the ones who sort of made the hasty move, right? We saw in that earlier clip that Bob sort of exposed himself but decided to commit anyways. So it became sort of a chain reaction that led to Fluxo having no chance of winning against AG Global. But the Indonesian crowd still pretty livid with what they have seen so far, albeit still yearning for a bit more from both RQ Kazu and EVO's Divine. The Indonesian teams have not been able to score a booyah and not even a top 3 finish yet until we saw EVO's just now. So there's a lot more that we need from them.
Yeah, and it's one thing though that we were asking at this point, but before we go to that topic, let's take a look at the weapon progression, wherein from the beginning, it's just AC80, getting that information coming from Cypher. For the rest of the teams right now, I mean, they are slowly getting elimination. I did mention RRQ is one of their targets. And then Circle 3, that's where they met a lot because of the numbers of teams that's still alive from that circle. And then towards the end, Circle 5, I guess that's one M79 would be the badge that would be given to Bobs because that's what brought him down.
Yeah, and that is basically sort of the end game loadout, right? You achieve your final form, your final build. AG Global, when you are in this state as a team that is very proficient in playing that late game, when the odds are so high and things start to get chaotic, AG Global excels in these situations.
Yeah, well, let's see though if this is something that they can continue on. Motivation is high for this team, especially with that huge amount of elimination as well as from what they've gathered from yesterday. But we know for a fact that some of these teams will still be hustling. They are getting close as well to Fluxo and Brim United, who I would say would be the target, the target of everyone, just to extend it even further, extend this game even further, and they will not be left behind, not getting or not achieving that champion rush condition.
It's even more unbelievable when you sort of paint the picture of what happened in the first 10 minutes of Purgatory. BRU and Fluxo constantly just barely missing each other and able to get into their usual rotation path. Never collided once, and both got taken out when they finally decide to commit to the circle. And I think that could be a trend, right? Maybe actively hunting for them isn't necessarily the only way to stop them, but being ready for them when they finally come through is the more effective way.
And also, like, there are plenty of time after game number 3 towards game number 4. There's a little bit of break, and there's a lot of conversation wherein, all right, we know where they're going, we know where we can spot them, and I guess we can plan out if in case they will be going on those same long flank. They understand their drop spot in Purgatory and the pattern of each team, whether it's left or right, you would either catch Fluxo or Buriram United. So I guess for those who are really aiming to catch up, those are the main team you need to take in down. So elimination will not be funneled onto one side.
And speaking of eliminations, right, we only have 2 more maps to go before we start spinning that randomizer roulette. We have Solara coming up next as Kalahari to end round 6.
Yeah.
We were talking about this in the back room as well, where from round 4 to round 6, it is the most fun map, but it's also some of the biggest maps in the competitive pool, right? It's going to be very challenging for teams that are not used to these kind of big rotation where vehicles are mandatory, and it also tests your patience. But speaking of which, gotta be a bit of patience before Game 5 begins because we have something special prepared for you guys. So for now, we're gonna send it over to the stage for our host for a little something special before the next game.
Oh my god, survivors, I think the games have been so intense, and why don't we take a little break?
Yeah, we have seen enough headshots. Now it's time for headshots.
Exactly. I mean, what's more relaxing than getting your hair done, right?
Yeah.
Hi AJ, I heard you need a new haircut before your next cast.
Exactly, but I'm not so sure what style I should go with though.
Well, we got plenty of inspiration in the stage tonight.
Oh, true. I mean, just look at Dukes from RRQ. He's got that clean fade, tidy, fresh look, like he just walked straight out of the barbershop.
That's actually a very good idea, but you know, also do it like get high from Buriram, right?
Yeah.
Man's got an afro. Have you seen his afro? Who needs a helmet when you've got hair like that?
Not forgetting Gio from Fluxo. Sleek, smooth, little highlights. That could work for you, AJ.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. I can't decide, but I trust you, ladies. How about you guys decide for me?
Oh, don't worry. Help is actually on the way. We've called in the best stylists in Free Fire. I'm sure you know them. It's Kelly and Maxim.
Oh no. Can we trust them?
Oh, totally. Kelly, Maxim, and friends just opened their new hair salon, and it's pure chaos.
Teamwork, timing, trust issues, everything has in this game.
All right, without further delay, let's check it out.
By Leon.
A lot of effort, and Fluxo, correct me if I'm wrong, Neptune, 15 points away.
Yeah.
So that's a booyah and 3 eliminations. But if they play incredibly safe, or they could just go hunt for more bodies and, you know, can accept being knocked out slightly earlier on. Either way, the condition for Fluxo to get to that 80-point threshold is within touching distance. We stayed the same on Purgatory, but unfortunately, AG Global stopped it dead in his tracks. Fluxo now gets a second win and another chance at accomplishing that.
Well, let's see if that would happen. But the teams are dropping, and let's see where they land. And so far, for Fluxo, they jump into Bloomtown, and who would be facing them? Possibly Evos, who's also in studio, but it's very, very close. Just one slider away from Buriram United, and also Team Solids managed to grab Archway in the middle of everyone else, but going a little bit to AG Global in Casa Vista. There's not so much of a contention. It's smart move as well for AG to spread around into Aquarium, because other than Casa Vista, they often go to Aquarium because that's where the majority of the loot are.
And this is one of the few maps that Fluxo sort of drops slightly closer to the center, you know, going against the usual habits. Bob's actually went on an exploration early on, probably saw E1 Esports and glimpses of Evo's Divine. Meanwhile, R7 have just found Han, and that's Games King drawing first blood. 2 eliminations for Movistar R7. The Latam team hasn't really been on the map for the entirety of this grand finals, and it's about time they step up. The Team SR has just found Paum. It is going to be a 1v1 on both ends. Cypher onto Viting SB, and he's winning out that trade. Viting SB with the Inhaler, tries to relocate, but Cypher is a bit quicker on his feet, and that's a takedown.
And Paum right now flies away, and seems like he'll be able to manage to go away from AG. But Launchpad, same that he used, will be taken. And once he dropped, there's another that will back him up. But there goes the shot, there goes the blue wall as well. But Paum right now might not be able to survive any longer. But he was just destruction at this point, and 2 remains for E1 that might be able to revive the full squad.
You look at the right side of your screen, overall damage leaders so far are only from Fluxo and BRU, plus Dudes in 5th place. Well, Joker has just overtaken that because they actually made a live update. Still, Brazil and Thailand have given us more above and beyond in terms of that performance as a region. But Bob's, I think, is quite a surprising number, even though we did say that he loves the grenade launcher, but to see him as a top damage dealer, it's shocking in a good way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and you did mention that this is where M79 is really proving a point in this game. And both Bob and Jonah have been using that specific weapon, and they are bringing a lot of damage. So I won't be surprised with next season, if not next few games, M79 would be used by a lot of teams, and more chaos would be found into Battlefield.
But you're taking now Baum, so another point under the belt of Evil's Divine. It's also to reinforce your point about the elimination leader. We actually got a glimpse of it on the screen. I believe Cypher, like you mentioned, still in the lead by a mile. I mean, he clocked in 11 takedowns in the previous game. That should set him apart from the pack, from the hurt. Movistar R7 reeling with only one member left. E1 gets a full revive. So most of the teams taking it slow, Fluxo encroaching onto Evil's Divine's territory for the second time this map.
Well, let's see though, now we are seeing as well as R7 slowly revive the full squad. And I didn't expect Solara to be this slow in taking down one opponent, but you know for a fact that the elimination is not as slow, even the engagement is not as slow. Now Fluxo right now, the challenge of Evos is getting near, but good enough on them. They managed to get an arsenal that would fortify their front, and MT7 is still on standby just in case anyone from Evos comes up.
They put out a hit list onto AG Global early on, so AG Global, if they take that challenge, this can get very messy near Evo Drain. MT7 makes sure that if there's any business to be done with Evo's Divine, he's going to be the one that comes out on top of that deal. Aim God will now need rescuing from Kochu. As the storm forms around where Fluxo is, they will give some respite for Evo's Divine, but Fluxo wants to finish what they have started, and GU plus MT7 puts in the 1-for-1. And that's 2 head start points for Fluxo.
Now let's see Evos back away out from the lightning zone, and Ray managed to use a launch pad just to get away from Fluxo. But right now, it seems like it's not only Evos that they need to deal with in the horizon. We're seeing a glimpse of AG, and that might be another, probably a round 3 just in Battle Royale. But for Rasia, he managed to win that fight against Fit9. Revival for the rest of the team has been done, and hopefully this is the form wherein they get back up, because Bloomtown is occupied by 3 remaining players that is just waiting on Rasia.
So the hit list on AG Global was actually from RRQ. No wonder they didn't pursue Fluxo, but they came dangerously close. And AG Global decides to back off, and they are the ones that set out a bounty for Leon. So Fluxo really breathing a sigh of relief as On Fire now engages onto the heavy. Mufasa gets picked back up. Alan also finding the Weezer, needs a bit of help. Don't Cry ends up going down to Dian. GOW from a separate angle, making life for Heavy a bit more complicated as they relocate with the launch pad, push themselves in safe hands of the compound. But there is a chance that they get sandwiched by Team Solid.
Now let's see though, Team Solid really moves, and that would be not looking good. That would not look good for Heavy at this point. Waterfall, a good spot as well, because the vending machine would be there if in case one of the players will be taken down. As long as you have enough Free Fire coins, then you can always bring back the back. But for Fit9 alone, despite of Leon in a good view to take down any contending him, but he's still out in the open, and Fit9 will need to survive. AimGod tried to do so, hit by Leon, and now backs away. So Evas control this compound, holding them back, and the Riptide Rhythm would clear the way, but there's still a little bit cover for E1.
And E1 didn't really have much time to recover because they have been on a revival spree. Fit9 finally forced off of the roof, and now Evos are hunting for blood. Fit9 to get the heal up in time. AimGod swings the corner, and that's another point for Evos as RQ also joins the feed with takedowns onto Heavy. RQ is the one coming out on top. The Indonesians are coming to life. Just what we ordered, just what the crowd have been wanting since the start of the evening.
Now 2 eliminations already, and Maal with an RGS might be able to damage those players from Heavy, but they need to be cautious because Team Solid is just next to them. And well, not quite sure what movement they have to do at this point because they're in the middle of the zone and there's not so much that they can do. And most of the time, if you're in the middle, you move like fan out towards the edge. That's where you met more trouble. So I guess what they have to do just now is defend themselves and make sure that no one from either Team Solid will be able to go against them.
So then Cryo Mine being tossed out too. The blue zone will start engulfing some of these squads. PE Sports will have to consider that next move. As EVOS goes deeper into the safety of the zone, Fluxo once again avoids any kind of confrontation, but there is a possibility they run into AG Global. Heavy getting wiped off the game. In 12th spot, Vietnam Titans haven't been finding any signs of life.
Well, EVOS right now managed to reduce the number of E1 Sports back to 1. Let's see if E1 can still fight it off. Seems like a long shot already, especially with how things are going for this team. But for EVOS Divine, 5 elimination, it's a little bit slow though, compared to what we expect them. But if they're not surviving longer, I guess this is a good plan for them. Just wait for that opportunity to get in the latter part. But going into RQ right now, finally a battle, but a triangle battle between them and Team Solid as well as PE Sports in these specific compounds. We've seen 2 cryo mines being used, and I guess information has been revealed already. Now, there's no movement that is needed, especially as they are dead smack in the middle of the next phase.
See that binocular scan on the radar too. See the Fluxo AG Global who scanned Archway, and that could be that faithful rematch from Clash Squad yesterday. We'll check in on that in just a little bit because this 3-way fight might be a possibility with RRQ, PE, and Team Solid. Whoop! Another cryo mine comes through. That flushing easily taken care of by RRQ as they continue to hold down the fort. And now it is destined that the Brazilians and the AG Global from Thailand are gonna get in a gunfight, but Fluxo says, not this time, we're gonna back off.
Yeah, I mean, probably they're tracking where AG is rotating, and similar to how they are facing the next phase or each phase of the safe zone, and that's where they found AG. Expecting that also they lost those engagement. They don't want to go off the script just yet. Probably what's working for them is the 15-minute mark, and that's where they start getting those frags. But for AG, great position for them, trying to move out of the way and clear view of Fluxo.
And I cannot believe they escaped unscathed too. AG didn't get punished at all. In fact, both Fluxo and AG Global are turning their attention onto the deserted, isolated members of E1 Esports who have not been able to catch a break today. Fluxo gets to move away from danger and maybe even pick up a few points along the way onto E1 members who are basically just trying to survive. That grenade landing on the demon is going to knock him down as R7 now pulls the trigger, and they are the ones on the aggressive end. Can GOW hold them back? The glue wall goes down, DN comes in big time, and R7 stops dead in their tracks.
Choker remaining, and not so much that can be done, but it's such a risky move right there, and probably it's a timing and communication that was off because R7 moved as soon as they jump in, dove through on those grenades, and there's a huge brick in that, and I think Games King is the one who received that damage, but JIHAN bringing back the Charge Buster, starting that fight between them and R7 and still ending it.
Circles closing in. Vitin XP is holding one of the areas that Fluxo wants to go towards. GOW finds a breathing space with focus on the horizon if they go for this rotation. Fluxo once more touches down at a checkpoint. EVOS Divine right in front of them. They want to move directly into the circle. There is PE Sports and also Team Solid to contend with Russia. With the opener on the bobs. Reptile Rhythm coming through. Fluxo cannot hold up against the White Tigers in this exchange, and EVOS Divine have bet down on Fluxo.
Slowly dwindling the numbers of Fluxo, probably denying them a possible grabbing that champion rush condition. But Fluxo will need to move because Evo is also moving. Target still on them, but close to them is BRU. This might be a saving grace for Fluxo. Evo's divine right now rushes through. Nades are being thrown, skills being used, and there goes Avegod. But Gold Shield's the one who brings the rusher from BRU down. Quick pick up being done by Get High, and he's the one who is now on the ground.
The grenade launchers, they're doing work. BRU, they're back on their feet. Rain needs to be able to pull it through. But Buriram United stand strong, and they get the wipe.
And they wipe the floor with Evos from that battle. But for MT7, oh my goodness, spotted, search, and it seems like he will not survive another cryo mine. And there goes Fluxo out on 9. And we still are not seeing them grabbing the champion rush condition.
The window has closed for Fluxo, but it is still open for BRU and AG if they can make a monstrous run. With BRU having a higher chance of success.
Yeah.
Full squad left, AG Global. Down 1, Abai. Good headshot to Quaksha, but Team Solid should be able to bring it back up. We have 24/7 members left on the map, so plenty of bodies to collect. Putting in the body bag for BRU. If they are out for points, just grenade launcher in hand. Gonna get narrow. PE Sports now tasting the Indonesian spices. LBT, do you want to take up this fight against 18 Dear Ma'au, barricading himself behind the glue wall, and Abai is able to back him out whenever needed. A nade from downtown, followed elimination on the GOW as RRQ continues to hold back PE.
And GOW being taken out of a nade, deep freeze, and everything else. But for RRQ, grenade launcher from the one and only Dudes, reducing them to only 2 damages received. Team Solid seems like they are being liquefied at this point.
RRQ needs some time. Ma'au finally back up on his feet, as this is where it's crunch time for the remaining 6 teams. BRU and Falcons also about to clash in the 4v4. Ma'au takes an explosion, but the shrapnel doesn't take him down, and Abai continues to hold back Team Solid. PE was encroaching in the area. 18 Deer needs to back up as the blue zone is really starting to sting, but RQ still have priority over who gets the pass as BRU dismantles Falcons. Their wings are no more. BRU with 9 points and counting.
Wing flip and stuck to forward, but the movement still continues for RRQ. Team Solid trap has been dropped and taken down. Hackno tries to fly through, but Dudes is a little bit too strong. Same goes with Mal, and there goes the monster truck, hiding them, using it as if it was a glue wall. PE Sports slowly being dealt with by Buriram United, and let's see who's going to win this battle. Either way, they will need to face a giant, and that giant is BRU.
13 eliminations. They have a good chance of unlocking 80 points by the end of this. The field is clear. The view right in front of them. BRU against 3 remaining survivors of RRQ Kazu. The kingdom watches with bated breath. They could be witnesses to the royalty being felt by the united BRU. The circle is going to shift, and BRU once more makes the first move. RRQ, what is the answer? Because BRU are encroaching. The A124 connects. Dudes is disabled for now, and RRQ Ma'au doesn't have a clear shot.
No clear shot. Ma'au repositions, and he might be the next target. Being seen by Jonah. A little bit of AC-80 or an M79 by Ace downfall. There goes the glue wall mirror, clearing it out. The distraction for the team as Dudes right now will be rushing in. And this is where Captain Dux can cook and probably take them down in one swoop.
BRU very well prepared for the potential rush. Red Tide Rhythm doesn't really expose Get High though. It's a bit too far away from the blue wall that he's hiding behind. And BRU, they love these kind of games. They want to play hide and seek. They will take up space. Feels like they're playing checkers, and BRU is playing chess. RRQ has info but cannot act upon it. Ma'au again trying to draw the attention of BRU's main force away from Dudes and Abai, but BRU, they are not budging.
Let's see though on what would happen next. Seems like BRU right now, glue walls fortified, and also the shift would be happening. And there you go, the timing is pristine. Backstab, but that trap mine right there could have saved RRQ from being annihilated. And Buriram United out. RRQ for that booyah!
RRQ Kazu saves the kingdom! And long live the kings on Solara! A sacrificial play from Dude, worthy of a Hall of Fame moment to bring RRQ Kazu that booyah and secure the first ever booyah for Indonesia in this finals. Could not have been more poetic. We were asking for it. Evo's Divine came close, but RRQ finished what was started, and now the game is truly on.
What a smart move from the mastermind themselves. And I'm really loving how that final moment just turned things around. And it might be a denial of Premium United as well in grabbing that coveted champion rush condition for this grand finals. But this just brings RRQ back in play for that challenge.
They are going the full distance. We did say it'd be nice if you play all 10 games. It'd be a shame if we didn't get to enjoy it to the fullest extent at the Indonesia arena. But we have to rewatch this Booyah last shot out. In this case, the Booyah's final trip mine. Dude, just pure heroics from the captain of the kingdom. And he leads his empire to the first ever win. And how can you not be elated after that kind of victory?
And one thing that I was expecting, I mean, Dudes in the front lines, you would know he would cook. But I didn't see that nade being tossed out, being held, and I didn't expect it was a trip mine that he's cooking. So he's not just cooking, he's making a barbecue. He just started that fire, and the moment the Premium United went in, it just exploded in their face.
And that goes back to the habits of BRU of liking to take up space. And it's not to say that it's the wrong move, but it makes a lot of sense, right? You want to be able to choke out your opponents, eliminate the playing field that they have. And RQ basically played to that. They exploited the habits of BRU or any teams that are in a position of advantage, and they were able to really turn the tides around. You don't get to see moments like this often. We literally said that with Fluxo out of the picture, the window has closed for them. BRU has a chance. RQ might have stopped it. We can only find out when we checked in on the overall standings, but just to give those mathematicians out there a little bit of tease, here is the standings after Solara. 25 points for RQ Kazu, 23 for BRU, 16 for GOW, 13 for AG Global, 12 for Falcons, and the rest is single digit.
Yeah, seems like for Premium United, 23 points in there, and they might have achieved the champion rush condition. It was very close between them and Fluxo, and Fluxo for twice in a row denied, and what they had to do is just like either put so much in the early games and just let it go the moment that you achieve it, or just do the same play, and there you have it. Premium United Esports activating it with 1 point extra.
The Goliath effort from RQ Kazu not enough to stop BRU from having one step through that door. Even amount of points in eliminations and placement. 41 for Illives, 40 for placement. BRU now at the precipice of winning that trophy. As a quick callback to spring season 2025, where they were the first one to be in that spot of power, and yet it was an Indonesian team, Onyx Olympus, that took it away. This time, they are back in the exact same spot, and BRU, God hopes that they close it out now.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they might need a lot more than waiting, but let's see though on Booyah's team stats right now for RRQ. For Mal, he is wearing that Skylar, Moko, Maro, Suzy, and Arvin. Tac Market for 2, Team Booster for 2, Common Tactics, and it has been pointed out by AJ as well. If you have 2 of the players for Yuchin that has Attack Market, it's possible that you can activate all 6 of those, or rather, Team Boosters, all 6 of those boosts. And it seems like that would be the plan for most of the time. But going into the damage, it is Toots, who has brought in so much together with Abe for elimination, being taken by the sniper. 5 on elimination, 7 knockdown, and 2 on the assist. 18 tiers seems like he is running out of breath and being a clutch king.
Yeah, we have seen RQ Kazu sort of experiment between ECOW and 18 Deer, and I think by general consensus is pretty agreed upon that 18 Day has brought in more of that immediate impact. He did spend a bit more time with RQ Kazu than Ikao on the battlefield. But the game MVP, Ma'ao, I think that new hairstyle is starting to pay off, right? With Lucky Charms, Ma'ao bringing the magic to the grand stage. The past few World Series finals have been won by sniper players. And this reinforces, it fortifies the importance of that role in this game. Yago brought Magic Squad 2023, MT7 brought Fluxo 2024, and right now we're looking at the sniper stepping up to the plate again. But the good news is, only BRU has a chance to win.
And, well, for everyone else, all they have to do is deny BRU on grabbing a booyah, and imagine 11 teams that might be able to do so. The same story as you were mentioning earlier. Seaspring burst into the goal, but still unable to make it through. But as we look into the highlights right now, those elimination as well as those shots being done by BRU in the early parts of this game seems like they are in here to really catch up against Fluxo. And not only did they catch up, but they did manage to activate the champion rush condition.
I mean, at the end of the day, we are looking at BRU's 3-year quest to reclaim the title, not just for themselves, but also for Southeast Asia. We also have talked to Wasana about his promise to his family, and he's still the crownless king. He has won a title, but we're not on that world stage. He hasn't achieved the apex of it all yet, despite being agreed upon that he is the apex, he is the gold standard. But you know how it is in modern times. You need achievements to back it up. He's potentially one round away.
One round away to be the champion. And let's see though on how the teams has progressed all throughout to that final moment. And even a draw spot. I mean, keep mentioning about the hub wherein Brim United is slowly pulling away from the long approach and waiting game, but it seems like even the face of the circle is gearing towards them. No need to move in most instances, and they are still in that area. For RQ though, the same story, but they have to go against TS, Team Solid, and PE Sports before this final moment.
Yeah, they were fending on multiple teams, and the odds are stacked against them. Right? It's a 3v4. RQ has been in this exact spot before, where they were down and they were not able to kind of come back from it. And they've been in a spot where they had the numbers, but they still sort of got clutched by an opposing team. Not this time though. Just went against the current and was able to give RQ Kazu another chance. Sadly, that other chance can only come true if everyone else bands together and, you know, take out BRU.
Well, let's see if that would happen, but I can't take it out of my mind. Even Steffi couldn't stop that trip mine from being triggered. I mean, it's not a throwable after all, so it's still in there. And I guess that's why they have been dubbed the mastermind in Southeast Asia, because those quick adjustments, playing those tricks, the bait and switch, and then that now a trip mine. And I won't be surprised if a lot of teams will be using that in best timing if you know that your opponent, or if you bought some time like Maal, understand how your opponents are going against you, then just time it to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, he had to have the courage to make those distracting plays, right? I was scared for Ma'ao when he was sent out like that, but it paid off in the end. And we are going to Kalahari for game number 6. It could end here in the desert with BRU lifting the trophy, or we start spinning the roulette and hopefully go all the way to game number 10. Either way, Kalahari is RQ's stronghold, so maybe the Kingdom can now ride up that momentum from Solara and take game 6 to put themselves in the same playing field for champion rush condition.
Yeah, looking at past performance for Brim United, Kalahari, they are 4th from the bottom when we look at just the global final. So again, this might be a play we're in. Let's not show that much in this situation, and then they will not be targeted. But once again, Brim United has achieved and triggered that champion rush condition. And the only thing that they need right now is one booyah.
One booyah. And just like yesterday's conversation, the whole theme of the Clash Squad finals, the finishing line is the hardest to cross. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. BRU has tasted that at the start of the year during spring. Look at that trophy. Oh my goodness. Just the radiance of it. Sitting right in center stage, and BRU aren't that far away from it, you know? Same level on stage, they're closest to the podium. All they need to do, get the Booyah, and they can just throw over, lift that trophy, confetti rains, and they are officially 3-time world champions. Oh, what a story to be told.
Or they can literally jump the fence, grab that trophy, run away. But how far can they run?
I don't know. I would support that idea wholeheartedly, but after being stopped from going back to our own talent room today, I can confidently say that security is pretty tight, airtight in fact. As well as though you can't really run away with the trophy unless you win it fair and square.
Yeah. Well, let's see now. I mean, I really love how the teams like earlier, Fluxo managed to pull away from all the tension, the cheer that's coming from the crowd, and they were there in that fight. Now, it seems like those cheers, the pressure is building up against them, especially when Buriram United is involved. And Buriram United, like, not faced at all, tenure is on them, and also the hunger of being the next champion this time around.
Sometimes for a team that's been at the top, it's hard to find motivation to continue winning. BRU have sort of went through that phase, but I think what also drives them is the fact that they are no longer the most talked about team, right? People have sort of turned their attention away to Fluxo and also rising stars like evios Divine, RRQ, E1, R7, and then BRU becomes sort of just a part of the convo, or sometimes an afterthought, but they did what they always do. They remind everyone that they are still one of the best in the world. And only Fluxo has been able to match up against them in terms of world title achievements. But Kalahari could be the end point. We'll see if BRU can close it out. Based on the statistics, it's highly unlikely, but we've seen more impossible things happen. Let's hop into Game 6.
Heated game in a heated map like Kalahari. All those ledges, all those high ground and open areas might be the downfall for those achieving or trying to achieve the champion rush condition, or also for Buriram United, who's very close to be declared as the champion. And I'm really excited on how the flight path is going to look at this point. If this is something that would throw off or skew that throw off those rotation as well as positioning, then that might be the chance that everyone else have against Buriram.
It was what you proposed earlier on, rolling the dice, and you know how desperate are the teams to do so. Maybe when someone starts getting into the champion rush condition to win the whole thing, that's where you start getting a bit jittery, you know, then get a bit paranoid about what's to come. BRU though, in this Stone Ridge drop has sort of been a common spot. Are there any anomalies here?
Well, at some point, BRU is still on Stone Ridge, but we do expect that Fluxo would be very close. I was expecting that Fluxo, just to make sure that they are, like BRU is denied of that Booyah, will go for the hot drop, but I don't think they will be risking it in this situation. But evios Divine right now, and a glimpse of probably taking down AG. Coach Hill is already in the area, but SKS pulled out by Team SR, and we know that that can bring in the damage, but unfortunate for Team SR doesn't have any backup quite near to him.
evios has also isolated the Cypher, so it is going to be the all stacked against AG, Globals, Russia, and Rasha makes quick work of him with the Bison in hand. First blood for the White Tigers.
See, AG though managed to bring back Cypher. Time Turner being used. Aim God needs a little bit of top up and managed to weave in and out of that Time Turner, but it doesn't work. Team SR, Mini Uzi plus a P90, and Cochil back 10 in hand. Quick turnaround. Team SR still doing what they did yesterday into Battle Royale, and AG grabs 2.
And if there's anyone who has doubted this kid from the start, your doubts are validated, but also proven wrong by what Team SR has brought to the global stage. Stepped up and also answering questions. AG Global continues the hunt as the staggered members of evios Divine picked up one by one. Deal will secure the 4th point for his team at Ohampton.
Well, Rastia was eliminated a moment ago, and now Ray. Now one remains for evios Divine, and this might be it. They are close to being taken out, losing that opportunity as well to get that champion rush condition. But for Cypher, because of the noise that they made. Seems like it has caught the attention of E1 Sports in Shrine, but Shrine and E1 is they're not bringing that fire. They're not aggressing against AG, knowing for a fact that there's someone there, but those even the other teams who are in the surrounding area, they're just being passive at this point, just aggression from a distance.
Just make you get scared a little bit. Teams that have been very consistent with their rotations, like BRU, AG, Fluxo, to some degree, have been skilled in avoiding combat in these early stages. And even if they run into it, they are very good at disengaging from it. It's advanced level of discipline that takes a lot of experience and decision making to achieve. But like you said, AimGod really doesn't have anything, and that's the cons of our Kalahari.
Yeah.
If you put yourself in the bad spot at the very end, at the very start, you can only hold your breath and hope for the best.
Yeah, still have that 400, and if the timer hasn't run out just yet, then he could revive at least one. But Riptide with him and everyone, and there you have it. Evo Divine eliminated on 11, the first team in Kalahari, but battle's not over just yet. It's until BRU gets close to that booyah. That is where they can call it quits. Oh, right now, AG still on a roll. I think they want to go for the same run that they did earlier, a 30-pointer or 35-pointer in one game.
If they achieve that, this game is going to put them in champion rep condition for sure. Time turner is going to go down, explosion comes through, Vitin and both Vitins taking some chip damage, and the other one's winning out. Byros is already eliminated. Duel now going to go on Leon. What? Is that fight? We wanted E1 to come alive, and they are showing us that sign, but Cypher is the problem, and Leon eliminates that problem. AG Global are no more on Kalahari.
Now a little bit of revenge from Brazil into AG Global. Contention very close, points very close, but not close enough. For RQ though, they might be able to at least wing it, wait until the final moment, prepare their mastermind plan, and that's where they start to farm in the latter part of the game. But all they have to do is just get away from this hit list that is unexpectedly a little bit longer. Imagine, that's 3 minutes and 40 seconds, and it has been running for the past 20.
It's also another elephant in the room that I think we gotta address now before things get chaotic. If the teams keep on fighting so early on and getting a team wipe, well, imagine how happy BRU was going to feel.
Getting close in there, not so much contention. I mean, they will be able to go for a smooth run towards the final circle, and we've seen them in their the strength that they have when they have a full squad. So let's see if that's something that they will be receiving in a bit. GOW though, knockdown from the other side, but PE Sports, Steffi in hand. Well, that would save them from those nades coming from Trogons.
Great Steffi from PE. It gives them a second win if they are looking for it. In fact, it's Heavy that's the one stopping the dead in the track. That is something that they didn't account for. Variables not in their favor, and R7 gets bailed out.
No, Heavy managed to go for a knockdown for those eliminations, and they might be baited out in here to go against R7. There's still 7 teams or 7 players in this area, and Heavy might have run in there a little bit too early. GOW on the other side, especially with Demon. That is deadly, and let's see if Heavy can pull away from this, but PE Sports now grabbing attention of GOW, making R7 safer now.
Nero was able to bring LBT back just in time, so PE Sports finds a lifeline. This compound gets a bit more crowded. Heavy starts taking fire. Leon with the Winchester is starting to put bodies on the floor, and R7 willingly helps them out. Heavy will be forced to back off as E1 pushes forward. So PE gets to disengage off of this chaos. Heavy will have to reconsider the options. GOW not willing to back down and turns onto Della, but Heavy also takes the damage. A 4-way fight.
4-way fight. Let's see if they can get the compound similar to what we've seen earlier. And yes, it is it. This is it. Bayfront occupied once again. The play for some teams is grab a compound, hold on to it towards the end, and it seems like it would be chaotic in a bit, especially when E1 Sports pulls away from here. They just sense how much pressure can be brought in by teams like R7 and Heavy.
BRU just arrived at the horizon too, with Fluxo behind them. Ma'ao gets a great snipe onto Nero. PE Sports continues to suffer in this game. They did get a full revive earlier on, and they will do so again. Lao Ho bringing his teammate back. So PE Sports gets a lifeline, but we are 8 minutes in. So the margin of error starts to shrink for PE Sports. It might turn into just a survival game with the lack of arsenal left on the map.
It's just unfortunate we don't have that much in this game, but for E1 Sports, managed to back away from potential engagement, but they put themselves in the team who's really aiming, not for elimination, but just the booyah. And if E1 is a team that would be in their way, they might be taken out. But good thing though, they might be distracted as well with this hit list still running against RRQ Dudes.
Another determining factors that could change the tides of battle would be Fluxo.
Oh yeah.
He just arrived at confinement. But that would also define the chances of BRU. If Fluxo gets wiped off the map, for whatever reason, BRU frees themselves from all sorts of responsibility in having to deal with the rest of the teams until the circle closes in. It's going to be a very tense moment because the circle is still pretty large, but most teams have already gathered here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not so much of compounds to work with, especially Kalahari, and you take whatever you can. Heavy right now flies into this very little barracks, and they have the attention. They got the attention of E1 Sports, and also they're getting close to Buriram United. Now let's see though if everything would change in a few seconds, especially as the Blues closing in from second to third. A little bit of standstill from everyone else. Yes, shots are being fired, but no one is making a move.
All it takes is someone to ignite a spark and set off the fuse. We might get pandemonium pretty soon. RRQ makes a big rotation. This is scary. BRU. They're not the ones who make the move. It's GOW. There's this Dinoculus used. RRQ might not know that it's BRU waiting.
4 spotted by the Dinoculars, and GOW right now has also exposed their position. But in a few seconds, we're going to see the next phase of the zone, and let's see if it would pull away from, well, everyone else who has put themselves in confinement. But for BRU and Fluxo, literally everyone in confinement is confined in those areas.
BRU scanned confinement, but slightly too late. Fluxo just moved away, so BRU has no idea where Fluxo is right now. RRQ not moving, Falcons dropping in. It's E1, Falcons and Heavy. Leon holding that watchtower can be very useful in the right moment, but also to roll the dice, double edge sword, and he's making it work in his favor. On fire, gets hit by the Winchester! Vitin XP with Annihilation! Riptide Ritter comes through, Peanut on fire, barely holding on. Fluxo hears this gunfire happening, Cryo Mine on both ends, Falcons and E1 both eat one in the face, but Falcons are the ones on the ropes.
I mean, unfortunate for Falcons, they had it Steffi, but a few meters short for those on the left, or on their left. And that nade just ended 2 of them, and the focus is still on their E1 right now. 8 elimination. Shots coming from Fluxo has grabbed their attention, but they're not making that much of a move. They know as well that if they have a great sniper, they might be down. So they need to be cautious at this point. And on the other side, Dinoculus being used on Buriram United. So let's see if whoever runs against them or probably pulls away from them, those are the teams just making sure that they survive.
Vitinai scanned out both BRU and RRQ Kazu. So they know that the only way is forward. There's no backing off at this point once you planted yourself so deep into the safe zone. But you can see the tension on the map, where it's going to break. With the highest possibility of a full team wipe is between BRU and RRQ Kazu here. But the question is, RRQ Kazu was shot by GOW. They got the scan, which was on BRU. But do they have any idea that that's not GOW?
Well, let's see though. I think the ideation would be, if you get the scan, identify how many is in there, you just make sure that no one gets out without you knowing. And that's a good plan as well for RQ at this point, but they might be losing out of time. PE Sports right now, Cryo Mine, being thrown at them, but seems like only one would be hit. And also, that will be destroyed, so it doesn't put up that much of a damage, as well as the effect of not bringing us blue walls. But Mal being hit, as Borderlands United now is making their push nade onto RRQ, but it doesn't make that much of a dent.
They were able to stop BRU by bringing Jonah down low. Double retire rhythm. Wasana has an entry point, but they decide against it. Shot by a third party. BRU are now sort of held back. RRQ has the chance to stop them on Kalahari, which is their stronghold, and a poetic fight too. What is the next move from BRU? They could recommit, but without much information on RRQ, it could be a risky move.
Let's see, I don't think Borderlands United would take this risk, especially when you have 10 teams remaining, one in front of you, and no clear path for a booyah. That's the only thing that you need to do right now. But on the other side, E1 Sports has met the Captain Bobs and takes him down, but no confirmation just yet for GOW. Now, above them is PE Sports in the middle of the lightning zone, and let's see if they can wait this out. Blues closing in, and Borderlands United and RQ getting close to each other. Only one level between them, and that poetic approach would be chaotic.
Deuce is dangerous.
Oh!
He is dangerous. He has the grenade launcher. Wasana, can you do it in this moment when the team needs you the most? 18 comes through.
Oh!
They both go to the grave, but it's more than enough. Another sacrifice by the kingdom to give everyone a breathing chance.
They will be able to breathe enough, but this means that another contender might be able to get into achieving that champion rush condition. But before we go there, R7 demolishing PE Sports onto the edge of that previous zone, putting in the binoculars at this point, and they see it's clear, but it's getting down to the last 6 teams, and the arena is on fire.
Fluxo gets given the best possible shot right now to unlock champion rush condition, unless Falcons can hit a 30 bomb or something, but there are not enough bodies on the map for Falcons to achieve that, and they're not in the best position either. Dion gets taken out, 5 teams remain. Fluxo now can bounce into action. Alan takes himself out, so that's not good news for Heavy. Fluxo now shows himself on the map. Presence identified, Falcons trapped at the watchtower.
Oh, so you'll have a few contentions in here on the borders of this zone, and Falcons is left with, well, Fluxo having them on side. Now, strip mine, I'm getting some ideas on how those strip mines can be used, but as we look Team Solid, going against R7, Steffi has been pulled out, so they will be safe out of troubles, and R7 receiving a lot of damage, stopping their rush.
And Trap takes out Della with a grenade launcher. Nick 7 comes through, and the big weaponry is more than enough for Team Solid to make quick work of R7 as another Brazilian representatives put themselves on the map. In fact, I was talking to the Indonesian talents, and they say that Team Solid is one of the few teams who have a good chance to lift the trophy. Now we are finally seeing them come alive, but Joker is going to try and quickly end the storyline. Don't Cry coming through with the valiant dash. Gets taken down by Nick 7. Mufasa tries to back him up. Grenade launcher in the hands of Trap. Can he do it this time? The time turner blocks the projectile, and Trap ends up falling. 3 teams remain, and Fluxo in the prime position to hit 80.
Yeah, I mean, they're the only teams who have a full-man squad, full 4-man team, and they're getting closer to ending Heavy, as well as Hack right now. Look at the backstab on Mufasa. Mufasa tries to fight back, and the battle of those but not so much is about to end, and Fluxo grabbing this booyah makes them achieve that champion rush condition.
Took them a bit longer than expected, but they now share the same red tape as Buriram United Esports. Both 2-time world champions looking for their 3rd title. A 3rd for BRU and the 3-peat for Fluxo. And it cannot get more poetic than this. The only 2 teams that have the potential to win it by Game 7 are the 2 teams looking for their 3rd.
Let's see now, the rivalry continues when we thought it would be in a slowdown or in a standstill, but this is what top dogs are made. When you put that much of pressure, they bring everything on, and yes, that's what you did mention. might have been a little bit too late, but still in a fight. So Fluxo is their tug of war against BRU.
Yeah. This tug of war has come a long way, and it would be quite a story to tell for the next 5 to 10 years, no matter how it ends, because the Fluxo are back in it. They're back in the game. They were slowed down a little bit. AG Global, stopped them dead in their tracks, and then Game 5 didn't work out well. But against all odds, they stuck to their game plan, and this time it paid off big time. But side note also, Dude has done it 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
And he is now the mortal enemy of BRU.
Well, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, a 3-way doesn't hurt, but at this point, they need to be on that level. They need to achieve their championship condition to continue that storyline. And I'm like the number of teams getting that 80, that full 80 or even more, just increase the odds of those who are trying to catch up, those who have been left behind to also achieve it. And again, going back to the reference of Southeast Asia, spring, wherein the last to the goal was the first to the trophy.
And it hasn't been that case, which is, I think, the craziest part, right? The only time that a team who is first to the goalpost actually scored was Evo's Divine back at EWC, and that took them 10 games. It took the whole stretch with half the roster eligible to win. We are not at that point of breaking point yet, but how crazy it would be if we get the same scenario again tonight.
Yeah, I mean, and now that we've finished 6 matches, and they have reference already, and whatever would be coming up from 7th to the 10th, so hot drops will be happening, targeting from top dogs will be happening, and a lot more of that chaotic factor in opposed to the poetic factor that we're looking for.
And then I think this is where the nerves really start to ooze out from the players, right? Or at least start to affect that gameplay.
Yeah.
And it takes a lot of effort to bring that energy back up once you have been kicked down into the dumps. You're starting to see it reflect in Evo's Divine in certain engages where it felt like things weren't working out. But then you also see teams like RQ Kazu rally, Fluxo picking themselves back up. This is only getting more and more intense. Let's take a look at the game standings off of Kalahari, because Fluxo with this 19 points puts themselves in front of the podium too, sharing it with BRU. Movistar R7 finally showing some signs of life with 15. Team Solid and E1-2 delivering double digits, and Heavy closing out the top 5 spot with 13 points. Everyone else getting single digits. For BRU, it doesn't really matter, right? All you care about is the Booyah.
Yeah, all I care about is Booyah, but unfortunately, they are on the bottom of this list. So, well, looking at it, seems like the West is making their comeback. Top 4 coming from Brazil and Mexico and Latam. So I would love to see them really work for more, denying those who are in arm's length of a championship, and they might be back on the board. But we want to see, though, if Team Falcons, who were earlier very close as well to getting that, as well as AG, can get it onto the next match. But today's standings, 2 teams already achieving that 80-point mark. All gamers very close, only 8 points away. And as they grabbed that Booyah earlier, also massive amount of elimination. I do believe if it comes back to Purgatory, they might be able to reach it.
And this is starting to get pretty scary, right? We've seen the power maps of some of these teams. The fact that Fluxo won Alpine earlier on does kind of throw the odds off a little bit. This is 3 Booyahs for Fluxo out of 6 games. They've dominated half of the map so far. The ones that they are missing are Nextera, Purgatory, and Solara. Some of the trickier maps to play around. But again, just to remind everyone out there, the Booyahs does not matter if you're not the one that scores it after unlocking 80 points. Fluxo deserves their flowers, but it's not over until the deed is done. MVP for this game is Bobs, but without Butchers in Geo and MT7, there is no good team for Bobs to lead to victory.
Well, it seems like the Grenader of the team is back in play, and he would be bringing that A124 once again. And there's one thing, the Steffi is something that we often talk about. Very crucial final moment. We've seen the threat of the grenades being used right here, but Fluxo still, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't made any changes from game number 1 as well as the 3rd Booyah that they've grabbed.
Yeah, they have been very consistent in the game style, and I think it exceeds beyond just comfort, right? It is something that they've been practicing and perfecting their craft. It's like a chef, you know, gotta cook that, cook it to the temperature. I want to say well done, but that's heresy. Not high elimination count for Fluxo. They were playing it very slow and safe, but it's just enough, like what we projected, to get them past that 80-point threshold, because they were so close, right? It was 65, and then there was 70. Just a win, or even just a booyah without eliminations would do the job.
Well, we'll see though as we bring you the MVP, our Captain Bobs, in the mix with 3 elimination, 20,017 on the damage, 2 assists, A124, very crucial in the final moments, especially those disabler that has been thrown into this game. Suzy, Alvaro, Moko as well, a combination of support and a grenader, and if in case you can also give out that information, tactical market at M79. And again, opposed to or going against Jonah from Brim United, these captains would really love to use those AoEs.
That's sort of what Deuce did, right? We saw it, we could see it bubbling. Deuce, you know, he kind of flashed it on the screen a little bit. When push came to shove, Deuce came in and he just kamikaze it. It paid off again, look at this! Dude, right on it with that grenade launcher. I mean, VRU, it has to sting. Wasana in 18 tier, this was just a HP difference, because honestly, if Wasana had a bit more health to work with, maybe we would have seen VRU gone a bit further. Still, that's the nature of competition. You really cannot, you know, rest on your laurels until, what's my friend likes to say, the fat lady sings. So in this case, the booyah secure that victory. Luxo gets another chance. That booyah was just icing on the cake in the end.
And as we look at those highlights, we're still seeing the same personality coming from Fluxo, keeping yourself in distance, in a safe spot, not really risking that much. And they're like, yes, you can fire against an opponent, but more of baiting them out. So MT7 can do his job, or probably some other teams can take each other out. So let's see if that is something that they can continue on, prioritizing on keeping themselves alive, survival towards the end, and probably a champion if they grab that booyah.
And I think the grand final so far has been delivering above and beyond expectations, right? We cannot have planned this any better. VRU and Fluxo at the precipice of winning, and all they need is a booyah. We get through all 6 rounds and we get randomizers for Game 7. Destiny is reserved for those who are resilient. It's reserved for the persistent. And both of them are looking for a 3-peat. How crazy is that, dude?
What are the odds wherein the teams who grabbed that double already and who has been fighting against it like for the longest time are here in this situation? Whoever gets it next, whether it's Brim United, Fluxo, that, as you often say, like for today, it's poetic. And I really love this storyline coming out from the global finals.
I mean, you know, VRU is looking to reclaim that throne, right? Rebuild the whole dynasty of Southeast Asia. Whereas for Brazil, they don't want to let it go that easily. They want to extend the dominance, because back then the first ever champions was Corinthians. It was the Brazilians that put this on the map. So it's going to be insane, but we got more games to come. That's it for us, right? Husky Neptune, we're going to sign off, but there are more games to come. We're going to hand it over to our lovely host, Yunso and Conchita, to see what they're up to with the teams, and we'll catch you back later for more games.
Alright everyone, it's Yunso here, and I'm here crowded a lot with our RRQ fan base here. So hello, can you introduce yourself and which team are you supporting today?
Hi everyone, my name is Angelia Christie and I'm brand ambassador of Team RRQ.
It's very powerful right here. Okay, so RRQ now has 95 points, 21 away from the champion rush. Do you think they can go past 80 points in the next game?
Oh, I think it's still possible, and I think RRQ Kazu can do it. We believe in RRQ and we believe we can do it.
Awesome. So which player you think need to push up more?
Oh, I can't choose because I know all of the player. I know all of the player is good, and actually I love them both. So I think everyone they can do it.
Well, the fan here have listening our questions. So let's move to Conchita. All right. Thank you,
Yunsul. What an interesting interview with the fan of RRQ. And I'm here today with the fan of eTHIVINE. Hello. Please introduce yourself first. Can we know your name? Boleh kenalin diri dulu. Namanya siapa?
Yeah, let me introduce myself. Hello, my name is Cindy Yufia. You can call me Yupi.
Yupi?
Yeah.
That is a very cute name. Okay, so we can tell by your jacket that you support eTHIVINE,
Yes,
right?
I am brand ambassador of eSports.
Oh, the brand ambassador of eFOS Esports. Okay, so the question is, right now, eFOS has managed to secure 57 points going into the next game. Do you think they're going to go through that 80 points and get the champion rush activated?
Kalau dari aku sendiri pastinya pengennya berharap Indonesia, terutama eFOS bisa mewakili di FFWS Global tahun ini dan bisa angkat piala.
Of course, she wants eFOS to do that. Sorry, she wants eFOS to do that in the next game, and she's feeling pretty confident. She's really looking forward to see eFOS lifting that trophy in the front of their own supporters here in Jakarta, Indonesia. So the next question is: so far we see that they secured a lot of elimination point, but always got eliminated early. What do you think of that? Selama ini kita lihat mereka tuh elimination points-nya lumayan tinggi, tapi mereka juga nggak bisa bertahan sampai late game gitu. Cepat banget tereliminasi. Pendapat kamu gimana?
Sebenarnya itu kadang-kadang bikin deg-degan sih buat aku yang nonton juga. Tapi gimana pun juga harus percaya kalau eTHIVINE pasti bisa dapetin yang terbaik.
Of course, she's feeling a little worried, but she believes in eTHIVINE. She trusts eTHIVINE, and she knows that eTHIVINE will do the best and will lift the trophy tonight. Lastly, is there anything you'd like to say to the players to encourage them so that they can perform better tonight? Ada yang sampaikan untuk nyemangatin semangat para pemain kita nih?
Oke, untuk eTHIVINE tetap semangat terus supaya bisa jadi yang terbaik di FWS global tahun ini. Dan eFOS fans, thank you banget udah datang juga, udah support terus, dan yang terbaik pokoknya untuk FWS global tahun ini.
Amin. So of course that's her support for eTHIVINE. But if I may ask, who's your favorite player in eTHIVINE?
Russia.
Everyone's favorite, mine as well. So high five.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Yupi. Good luck for eTHIVINE. And now let's go back to our casters. Take it away, casters.
And there you have it, Yunsul and as well as Kochira. Thank you so much for the interviews with the fans who are dedicated to making sure that their teams are going to be playing up on that stage. We're back once again, and of course, it wouldn't be a Free Fire World Series if you don't take it all the way. Game 10 is what I'm hearing from everybody in the room.
Absolutely, man. Every single caster from every single region is just asking for a game number 10. But the question is, will the two dominators, the two predators, the two lethal squads, Fluxo and Buriram, allow that to happen? They started off the day hot, and it looks like they want to end the day hot as well.
Hey, big shout out to Husky and as well as Neptune, keeping the seats warm and making sure that you guys are accompanied the entire way as they build up the story for us. And makes our job super easy, but my God, is this going to be one hell of a battle. Now, with two teams already at the champion point and other teams looking to catch up, the gap is big, but it's unfortunately not two maps big enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we're looking for. But thank you, Husky, thank you, Neptune, for giving us the pleasure of closing out the show, because this one could have ended early, could have ended a little bit premature, but thank goodness there's still a lot more chaos in store here in the world of Free Fire. This global finals is just getting started. And usually, if we look at history, it has never ended on a Game 6 once this champion rush condition has come into play. It has gotten dragged out. Game 8, Game 9, but we have never seen a game number 10. Maybe today is that historic day.
I mean, things could be shaken up here in Indoor Stadium Senayan live in Jakarta with everybody watching as well. And if it does push up into those dangerous territories of Game 8 and 9, everybody else in the middle of the pack will start to achieve those points until everybody in that final circle could be the next champ.
And of course, the best way to mess this up now for Fluxo as well as Buriram is by playing it slow. I mean, slow and steady does not win the race when it is champion rush. And obviously, Buriram, they wanted to keep every single thing that they've been collecting in terms of loot for the final battle, but they fizzled out way too early the previous matchup. I expect to come out the gates bursting on fire this time round. But which map is it going to be? Is it going to be a map that's favorable to these two titans?
Oh, let's find out here. It is time for the map selector here. We get Solara here on map number 7.
GG.
Oh boy. Solara, it's an interesting one, right? We've definitely seen teams really perform. Other teams kind of trying to figure out their way around it because there's so many moments where the early game is devastating for some.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Solara is RRQ's map. And I'm not just saying it is RRQ's map because of the booyah that they just got in game number 5. They had already shown us, even from the knockout stage, that they really know how to dominate this map. And guess what? Fluxo's decent, but not a single booyah throughout this whole global finals on Solara. Buriram, on the other hand, is quite nifty on this map. So if you want to see exactly how things are going to go, it's still going to go the way of Fluxo. Because they're just the craziest underdog squad. Just when you think it's a map they can't get it done on, it's a situation that they can't get through, they'll get it done.
It's the odds that build against them that make them stronger every single time. They're the one team so far with the most amount of booyahs throughout the entirety of the tournament, and the numbers are in their favor for a reason. So keep in mind here, as we're coming into this, 2 champion point teams. If BRU or if Fluxo are able to get the booyah here, it ends.
I mean, thanks for bringing that up, man, because fun fact, last year, 2024 in Rio, in order to seal the deal, in order to grab the trophy, keep it in Brazil, they scored 3 booyahs. At the end of the 6th game, that was their booyah, and they had a total of 86 points. Now, they've got 89. 3 points more, still not champions. Thank goodness we've got champion rush condition activated here. But is it gonna get done in this next game? 4 booyahs to win the day. But of course, we've got a question for you guys. Who is your Free Fire legend right now? A, Jonah, B, Bob. Let us know in the comment section. Who's yours?
Yikes, this one's a tough one. This one's really, really tough. I'm leaning more into Jonah as of right now, generally because I've watched his career grow over a period of time. Bob's has definitely been a huge standout as well, and I think there's good arguments for both.
Yeah, I mean, I love Bobs. I love Fluxo.
Oh, yeah.
But it's Jonah, man. Captain Jonah slaps. All right, Captain Jonah at one point of time was the weakest player in Buriram. Okay, I don't know what it was. Maybe it's the meta shift. Maybe Captain got a little bit complacent. He just wasn't hitting the shots. He wasn't getting the damage. But when he became the main grenadier of the squad, that's where things kind of started rotating a little bit for the squad as well as Jonah to make that climb little by little. And now he is the greatest predator on the side of Buriram. Talk about leading by example.
I mean, truly, and better yet, throughout his career, as he has grown, he has only gotten up from that point onwards and being the most consistent player. But here in this tournament, he's got some of the best stats you can see. That's the kind of person you want paired up in a duo.
No doubt at all. And if you've got Captain Jonah leading the front lines, nading everybody out of the way, it's just going to motivate the rest of the team members to step it up. Because if the captain himself has been able to fix his gameplay, to fix whatever that he was doing wrong in these matches, what's your excuse, right? Because everybody else has been at the top of the game. You know who I haven't seen wake up fully yet? Moshi. I have been waiting for a long, long time. I just haven't seen clutch moments from this guy just yet.
It's been quite some time, I have to agree. I think during the fall season is where we see every once in a while that he's able to land the impossible shot. But nowadays, we see that it's not as consistent, especially when you're looking at top performers in Do. Now, let's jump right into it. It is time, once again, the land of sun and of fun. We're bringing it back to Solara for map number 7.
Hopping on into the map where squads just have not found full dominance, full control, full mastery over. Throughout the competition, a total of 7 booyahs. And every single booyah on this map has been from a unique squad. How about that?
I mean, it really just goes to show that this map is designed, especially with a lot of ring scenarios, being difficult to even make it into with how aggressive teams can be during the early and mid stages of the game. Rotations can be very visible if you get on those slide rails, but let's see what the flight path is. It's by default Riders Club to Eco Drain, a nice split right in the center.
And it looks like the hot drops might just be on the front here for AG Global and E1 Sports at Casa Vista. Power dropping far away, and this could just be the insurance policy for the squad of E1. But AG, will they scrawl big time? Instead of AG, it's RRQ facing a little bit of problem here. Can the Clutch Master 18 Deer save his squad?
Well, for now, at least for 18 Deer, he's gonna have to start moving away, right? On the slide rails. Hopefully he doesn't get beamed off of it. Luckily makes it out just in time to recoup with the rest of his team in Delta Isles. R7 have stopped the aggression at the bare minimum, but they're not the only squad within the area. Just south of them, we have GOW considering whether to get involved. They heard the shots, and now with the UAV, just to double check whether or not RRQ is gonna come back, we quickly cut on over to E1 and AG.
Oh, on the stairs, waiting, on standby. Team SR with the Trogon. Opportunity. M590 finds the first connection, but just clips Leon a tad bit here. Nothing much for them to worry about. Instantaneous time turner to prevent disaster, but not making the mistake of rushing up all alone. And Team SR, a double headshot. What a collateral.
Oh my goodness, the Trogon coming up big time. Team SR, once again, double kill coming in from him without the full fighting force of his team. Du has been sitting in an aquarium this entire time. A 3v4 scenario, perfectly played.
How in the world do you score a double headshot on the collateral on a stage like this? Unbelievable, unreal. AG Global, you know what? They faltered in the previous matchup, man. They should have activated Champion Rush condition already, but they just got taken out a tad bit too early. But just 5 points away now from activating Champion Rush. But they also need to hope and pray Buriram and Fluxo don't get the job done in this game.
Yep, and now you can see that Buriram from the hub already going to be sliding down towards the south side, towards Studio. They're even using their binoculars to scout out the area as soon as possible just before they make it in. We now cut over the Fluxo side of the map, and it looks like they're uncontested here by Bloomtown. Very close to BRU, but not close enough to be within eyeshot.
Not close enough indeed. They've got the hit list pulled out on the PE player Nolan. Could be going in for the hunt here depending on the route that they take.
Oh no.
Disaster could be looming. Buriram versus Fluxo could just come on a tad bit early here in the Solara map. Buriram with that high ground, Fluxo with a great defensive spot.
And I think they spotted it out. They saw the glide rail giving the signal, and instead Wasana not going to take the open ground, quickly pulling back. The UAV is going to get thrown out early on just to scout out what's ahead of them. They're not 100% sure whether they fully committed from Bloomtown or not. But with the information that they have on PE Sports, who have moved down towards the southern side, closer to Casa Vista, we're going to see whether Fluxo is going to take their time with this. Right now, the ring wide out in the open. It's anybody's game.
So I like the play here from Fluxo, getting the hit list out and avoiding the nearest squad, but out of the pen, potentially into the fire now because they avoided engagement with PE Sports and unfortunately put themselves right beside Buriram, who you can see on that mini-map, just edging closer and closer to Fluxo. Now the squads out there have no idea who they're going up against because there is no information whatsoever on the elimination list. We've disabled that for the squads already, so they're working blind. They don't even know who they've got the hit list on.
Oh, and Du, he goes down straight away. Luckily, Du was by himself, right? Holding onto a spot for allowing the rest of AG to go down to base side, loop back up and find whatever they need, but they're going to bring back Du almost straight away. So again, no loss, no foul. Now they know that RRQ is coming in from the eastern side of the ring.
Fluxo leading the overall leaderboard with 89 points, but it matters not to Buriram. Both teams have activated Champion Rush. The first between the two to hit a booyah after this will be crowned champion. If both falter, perhaps others will join the fray as well. Heavy flying on in. It's going to be a battle between Vietnam. GOW versus Heavy. PE Sports not too far away. And Alan comes flying down with a Mag 7, taking one out of the equation. But the rest of them very sneakily hiding away. Demon all alone left behind as the scapegoat.
Demon Has to try and hold his own, trying to buy as much time as he potentially can so that his teammates can actually go for the buyback here. And here comes PE Esports getting involved as Kabi's the first to go down. Don't cry, Alan. You get chunked to half. Alan, so close to death, and finally gets him on his knees. Don't cry, Mufasa are on the run.
PE Esports seeing an opportunity, not thinking twice about it at all as they push on in, looking for those numbers on at the expense of GOW and Heavy, but also not going in for the full-on commit. Bloomtown about to be popping here, and it's just Vietnam in action right now.
A lot of these teams have already tried to read into the ring. Everybody wants to be by Bloomtown, and as of right now, everybody who isn't there in time has taken all the outer areas. TV Tower, Archway, Studio, all of it being encompassed here as we see down. Oh wait, hold on, GOW as well as PE Esports, they finally broken away on that northern side. And now RIP, the first to go down with the help of the launcher here. And GOW managing to at least recover RIP and Dian as they continue to fight PE.
A great revival coming on through. Valiant dash straight in, and LPT in a 1v2 situation. Man just could not get away. LBT took advantage of that. And the instantaneous revival onto Laho as well. Demons the next one on the list. But RRQ slowly but surely circling on in. Now the teams are starting to have a little bit of a theory that it is all going to come blooming down here in Bloomtown by the final circle. So everybody's picking their defensive spot and parking themselves fast.
Yep, they're realizing that a lot of the population is going to be on this side. There's a good chance the ring is going to pull towards their side. Falcons still on the outer edges here, but now we look at Fluxo trying to control this one control point here, and R7 is actually dropping pretty near them. Do they notice it? Do they have the angle? And it looks like Butsin was watching the entire time. Even MT7 making sure that their backs are going to get attacked right now, and that's going to spark the entire team to start taking this fight and making sure that R7 doesn't get free shots in.
Smart defense here by Fluxo, just pulling up those glue walls, blocking off the window, and you can very clearly see the team booster bringing into full effect. Extra layer of defense on those glue walls as well, just to keep them a tad bit safe for a little bit longer. Clearly one of those teams that are looking to survive all the way into the final circle and complete their run. The three-peat champions, that's what they want to call themselves, and what would be more impressive is doing it back to back to back.
Right now, here by Eco Drain, we see that AG Global trying to face off against EVOS Divine, currently going to be the elimination leaders, and unfortunately for Ray, he goes down instantaneously. It's going to be a difficult recovery at this point. Not a lot of POIs and revival points still available as Aim God is trying to pull AG into a wild goose chase.
And even EVOS is not too far away from activating the champion rush for themselves, even though they are in the 6th spot. All they need is 18 points. That's not impossible for a squad like EVOS, but in a lobby like this, with so much of chaos breaking down, circle after circle, it's going to be tough. And there's a high probability that Bloomtown is going to be, once again, the center point of all of that chaos, all of that pandemonium. And if teams like EVOS as well as Heavy want to be a part of that pandemonium, those revives need to come through now.
Now, we're seeing all the other teams who are not within Bloomtown sit by Studio. There's plenty of spaces to kind of hold yourself in a nice little corner and wait out until the next ring decides to show itself. From this point onwards, we do see revives coming in from EVOS at the very least, but here, Team Solid now taking some pot shots as they're trying to break the defenses and slowly start sieging as they harass. 59 already down on his knees as Leon trying to heal back up. Trap is nearby. He's trying to cook up a beautiful nade, right position, and it forces him out. They've taken him out. Vit9 about to get eliminated as well. Pow 7 and VitNXP, the only ones remaining.
RGS, FGL, these boys are pulling out all stops here to put an end to E1. Pow, backing away. Good glue wall by Nick just to play a little bit of recovery here. Valiant dash in, and too easy for the man, M590, to potentially put E1 at risk of elimination. Just one more survivor left in here. The day has not been kind to E1.
No, it has not. Now we see the potential contenders here. RRQ, as much as they have the grievances against Fluxo, they were able to deny BRU in the previous match from actually getting anywhere close towards the top circle. Now, here against Fluxo, it might be the same recipe all over again, just depends on where this ring pull is going to be.
Don't Cry is about to cry. There's AG Global circling on in, and they are about to catch him with his pants down. Saifa's looking to do it all on his own. Don't cry though. Manages to sneak away. Good glue walls, but Team SR cutting off the rotation. Man can't run away and he dies through the circle instead. What an unfortunate moment. And Heavy is out.
They bow out. So far, they still got a couple of points at least. They stay above R7 and E1, but we'll see how long that's going to be the case because they're still alive. E1 has taken a lot of damage at this point. Still with two of their members, they're looking for a way to kind of recover back to full. R7, on the other hand, looking to chase them down. However, GOW has been sitting by Studio for a good period of time, and this has allowed AG to actually come out from that southern side as we see the next ring pull towards right on top of Studio. We're moving away from Bloomtown.
Narrow plushie thrown at Dew. Chucks away at his HP just a tad bit here, but the plushie taken out instantaneously. And Buriram will have to wait for the refresh on that active skill. Not looking like they want to take an aggressive approach up against their opponents just yet, because too much is at risk. They want the booyah. They can't go down now. 11 teams still alive.
Oh, LBT is chucking out Guaxa and Nyx at the same time. One-man army, and the A1 finally connects. Nolan can only support, but they don't find a single knock despite everything LBT risked for. Rahul able to recover, but he's not in a good position here. The blue is going to push it even further, and now that they've stopped and know that they don't have any cooldowns, they're going to start cutting them down one by one. That's Nolan and LBT taken out.
Yeah, brilliant pop of that A124. The timing was perfect, and Team Solid initially on the low ground, but hippity hop like little bunnies, they climbed up that ledge and popped every single player right after activating that A124 skill. Brilliant play. BE Sports, on the other hand, just chilling outside the circle. Team Booster once again in effect.
EVOS, they took a little bit of damage, but they were managing to recover, no problem. Now they've dealt with a very fresh Falcon, who again, no resets whatsoever. They've got equipment to work with. And EVOS, how many resources do they actually have? Blue wall melters are out. A1 only connecting onto one player so far. Keroro looking to try and deter them with their own nades, but so far, based on what we've seen, they know that the left angle is covered by Limit as they break it open, and now pop it over. The Dimitri 2, they're looking for an opportunity to come flank on the right side.
Unbelievable play.
They turn the corner. Aim God walks by with the help of Kachil and Pina, and as well as Keroro. They open back with a Valiant dash of their own. Pina tries his best, finds Kachil at the very least. Headshot coming in from Limit, and that is going to be that. Turning this into an awkward fight for Keroro and Limit, and Limit gets knocked unfortunately as well.
Ray backing away, Rastia, and now Fluxo coming in to pick up the final pieces. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of Rastia. That catches him off guard. MT7 nails down the sniper of EVOS. Sniper versus sniper. But Rastia had his back turned, and EVOS does not activate Champion Rush condition on this game. Fluxo, on the other hand, getting closer and closer to that final circle. But the next contenders are going to be tough to take down. Pina, Keroro on fire. Falcons, this is an opportunity for revenge.
Oh, Gio, he gets blasted by On Fire, and now Bobs is down to 1 HP with the help of the healing UAV. He tanks a little bit more. Keroro goes down. MT7 puts in on that last target, and then there they have it. A good headshot to close it out. Falcons are eliminated in 9th. Their banner burns to the wind.
Falcons are eliminated, but all because of the team booster. They're able to tackle the zone damage just a little bit here. But the final player, a sliver of health, sneaking on in. He's in the circle, but the rest of his team members are sacrificed. Vending machine in the hands of Buriram. The fate of Fluxo in the hands of Buriram.
Fluxo, one member remaining. Was it worth it? Was it worth losing 3 to fight in the blue, in the middle, as the clouds were already
he's going for it.
What's in? He's going to try and turn the corner. He's got to disrupt BRU. He's got to at least take one down. There's no way they're going to get another revival at this stage of the game. It's already too close. And now we see that BRU slowly working their way into AG as well as GOW as Wasana takes the lead. Trying to make sure that he can claim the space. He's RIPC2. Valiant dashes forward, locks them out. This is a perfect scenario as BRU now don't have to worry about their backs anymore.
Butchizin was as broke as hell. Could only bring Bobs back into play. And they're trying to look for a better spot on the landing. But Buriram trying to rotate away, ended up rotating towards the mighty squads. AG, Movistar R7 right in front of them. This might be the end for Buriram if they put that wrong foot forward. Movistar R7 turns around. Dew finds Bobs. Fluxo, and their opportunity for a booyah just went down the drain. That's confirmed as Butchizin is found as well.
R2! They blow Team Solid out of the water here, but now it has come at a cost. Abe gets sniped up by Jokers. R7 controls the lower ground, facing against BRU. Hax is the first to go, and Wasana finishes him off. They're trying to break through as Della's the next to fall, as Wasana has created so much space. BRU are on the cusp of closing this out. R7, no limbs, no appendages. They must hold on.
That may be the case for Buriram, but AG Global up top. They are split up right now. Jump pad will allow them to quickly reposition and slowly rotate away from Buriram. But now they're right in front of Buriram, and this could just become trouble for AG Global. What was on their side now is against them. But the timing just could not be played any better than what they just pulled out, because the circle forced the move.
BRU now must be patient. If they have to leave people there, fine. R7 finally gets eliminated. RRQ is the influential force. BRU is the only team with all 4 members still alive, and RRQ just lost another leg in Dudes. 18 Deer must hold on, and now you can see that AG need to get in on the mix, forcing it into a 4v3. We saw what they could do in Clash Squad. Can they make this happen one more time?
Now is the moment. Baros circling in.
Oh!
Moshi, we were looking for him to wake up. He wakes up for sure. Dew on the opposite end, towards the right-hand side. Can't flank around. Wasana moves in to finish him off. Dew goes down as well. Buriram already have activated the champion rush condition. This has to be the moment. Sci-Fi's the only one. Yesterday, you got the 1v4 clutch. Can Cypher do the impossible here as well? Boltmaker pulled out. Those lightning strikes hitting down one after the other. And Buriram, your 3-time world champions, after not waking up in the competition for so long, after not waking up in all of these grand finals for so long, making everybody wait. The casters, the survivors, the audience, their fan base, on the biggest stage of them all. The boys get it done.
They have crushed the doubts. They are shining bright, and now you can see it in all of its glory. Wasana has the crown now. BRU are on top.
Free Fire World Series 2021 Singapore. As Phoenix Force, they got that first trophy. As EVOS Phoenix in Bangkok 2022, they become the 2-time world champs. And then it was all about Brazil, Magic Squad, Fluxo, Bangkok, Rio. But here in Jakarta, they pull it back. The trophy goes back to Thailand. And all of you guys go back to the stage to celebrate.
And survivors, here we are, the end of a journey for our 12 world contenders. Each team has fought with heart and honor, but tonight hanya satu yang berdiri di puncak dunia.
They have conquered every circle, every challenge, crushed every doubt, and burned the brightest. 12 teams entered, but one, only one, will rise as the best in the world.
Every shot fired, every strategy made, every risk taken, semuanya membawa kita ke momen ini. This is the grand final.
The lights, the fans, the pressure, all leading to this one moment that defines greatness.
Jakarta, are you ready?
This is the moment of truth.
Ladies and gentlemen, inilah sang juara dunia kita.
Your Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025 champions.
Lift the trophy on our count. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations!
Buriram United Esports!
This is your Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025 champions. What a sight to behold, our new world champions lifting the trophy high.
A moment they will remember for the rest of their life. But before the celebrations continue, it is time to make this victory official.
And now, to present the champion smoke check, we would like to invite Mr. Christian Di Franciscus, the game producer of Garena Free Fire Indonesia, to join us on stage.
Let's give a warm applause for our VIP.
Sekali lagi selamat untuk sang juara dunia. You've just made history on the world stage of Free Fire.
From hundreds of teams across the globe, only one had cursed all doubts and burned the brightest.
Congratulations once again to our champions. Sekarang waktunya untuk sesi foto bersama. Jadi sekali lagi, mungkin teman-teman media bisa mengambil posisi terbaik ya. Let's capture this moment of glory. Congratulations once again, Buriram United Esports!
And now, it is time to recognize one player who truly defined this grand finals. The player who burned brightest under the pressure.
Seorang pemain yang bersinar sepanjang pertandingan, tenang, presisi, dan selalu hadir di momen-momen penting. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to announce the finals MVP of the FFWS Global Finals 2025.
Alright, Buriram, who is your final MVP?
Are you guys ready?
And your finals MVP is...
Congratulations! You've proven that when the world is watching, you deliver, Wasana!
Every clutch, every decision tonight, you show what it means to crush drums and burn bright.
Sekali lagi, yuk kita berikan ucapan selamat kepada FMVP kita. Luar biasa sekali perjalanan seorang Wasana untuk akhirnya bisa ada di posisi ini. What a great achievement. We are so proud of you, Wasana. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please join us in thanking Mr. Christian Di Franciscus for joining us on stage. Setelah foto bersama, kami persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat duduknya. And Yunsul, I think it's time for us to have a bit of a chit-chat with our champions. Congratulations once again, you guys. I think I'm gonna have a bit of a chit-chat with Wasana first, our FMVP. So, Bun, please help me in translating this, okay? You are finally a world champion yourself, just like your teammates. How does it feel right now, especially knowing that you're also the FMVP tonight?
คำถามนี้เป็นคำถามพิเศษสำหรับปอนะคะตอนนี้เรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ในที่สุดเราก็มีถ้วย Global Final เหมือนกับเพื่อนๆของเราแล้วโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งเราได้ Final MVP ในครั้งนี้ด้วย
ก็ขอบคุณเพื่อนร่วมทีมทุกคนนะก็ทำเพื่อผมทุกคนเลยแล้วก็อย่างก็พ่อครับแม่ครับผมทำได้แล้วแฟนผมด้วยครับก็ทำตามที่แบบบอกตลอดทุกปีได้แล้วก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่เชื่อมั่นในตัวผมมาจนถึงทุกวันนี้ครับก็ผมทำได้แล้วครับขอบคุณมากครับ
First of all, thank you for my teammate to keep supporting me and carrying me until I can get it. And thank you to my parents for supporting me and believe in me. I want to say that finally I can make it, especially for my girlfriend as well, and everybody to keep supporting us.
Aw, that is such a sweet answer. Thank you and congratulations once again, Wasana.
Wasana, I know that you have been saying thank you to everyone around you, right? But I remember last year, you need to say something to your parents, and I think now it is your chance. So, would you like to say it in front of the camera this time?
อยากให้ป้อนลองขอบพูดอะไรถึงพ่อกับแม่อีกรอบนึงค่ะเพราะเหมือนคราวที่แล้วเราเคยพูดไปแล้ว
ก็ผมบอกพ่อกับแม่ทุกปีครับว่าปีนี้เอาแชมป์ไปฝากอะไรก็ทำไม่ได้เลยแต่แบบวันนี้ทำได้แล้วก็แค่นี้แหละครับ
I always say to my parents like okay this year I'm gonna bring trophy back home but I always fail but now I can finally say that yes mom and dad finally I can make it
Very sweet.
Yes, very sweet indeed. But now I think I'm going to move on to Jonah. Okay, so the question is, we remember that earlier you mentioned that you wanted to keep winning titles and become a Free Fire legend. He mentioned something like that during the media session. Now that he's won his third, aka the first player in history to do so, do you think that you're finally worthy of the legend title?
โจคะในตอนที่เราสัมภาษณ์กับมีเดียขอไมค์ให้โจค่ะโจ คำถามให้โจนะคะก็คือว่าโจได้ให้สัมภาษณ์ไว้ว่าเราอยากเป็นหนึ่งในผู้เล่นในตำนานซึ่งเราเล่นมาแล้วถึง6 ครั้งแล้วครั้งนี้เป็นครั้งที่7ตอนนี้เรารู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
รู้สึกดีใจครับเราได้3 แชมป์ด้วยแล้วก็ได้ใช้ทุกคนแล้วด้วยใช่รู้สึกแบบปลดล็อกหมดทุกอย่างแล้ว
I feel unlock my achievement that finally we can make it like all of us we all won the championship before and now like we all can make it
yeah. So the question remains, does he think that he is now worthy of the legend title?
แล้วตอนนี้เราคิดว่าเราเป็นตำนานของฟรีไฟร์แล้วหรือยังคะ
แล้วแต่คนจะเรียกแล้วแต่คนจะบอกเราเป็นอย่าง
แล้วตัวเราคิดว่ายังไง
อาจจะยังแล้วกัน
Probably maybe but it depends on how other thinks about me
on our eyes you already are
yeah to me he is already a legend of Free Fire. Okay, so I would like to ask one final question. Since here we have the crews back, Jonah there used to be a very perfect couple, and since the last year performance in Free Fire World Series, the fall season is their last championship, right? Yeah, so how does this mean victory? Like how important to them and how meaningful to them right now? Okay, so during the last season, right? Yeah, they achieved, but it's quite been a long time ago. So make it here to the world, to the grand finals. How does this victory meaning to them?
คำถามนี้สำหรับเดฟูดนะคะบอกเดฟูดอะไรของมึงอ่ะ
me
yeah คำถามสำหรับเดฟูดก็คือว่าครั้งสุดท้ายที่เราเข้าไปถึงรอบ global final เนี่ยมันนานมากแล้วแล้วตอนนี้เราก็ได้มายืนจุดนี้ครั้งมีความหมายยังไงกับฟูดบ้างคะ
ไม่ได้ยินมีความหมายอะไรกับมุมที่เข้ามาอีกรอบนึงก็ไม่รู้ครับแชมป์อีกแล้ว
ไม่มีอะไรจะพูดมากแล้วใช่ไหม
ไม่มีอะไรจะพูดครับแชมป์ครับ
I don't have much thing to say just want to say that become a champion again
wow
okay
they're winning right they are the winning so it's really easy to understand
okay so oh my god what an unforgettable night the trophy lifted the MVP crown and history made right here in Jakarta but I don't think we're done yet Yunsul because the World Championship isn't over yet we still have a very important announcement to make coming up right after this
yes
for now let's go back to our casters take it away guys
In the words of our good friend Husky, the crownless prince is finally king. Wasana has gotten it done. The mission that he took upon himself when he joined the squad to become world champion, finally, they have seen it through. The only team to call themselves 3-time Free Fire World Champs, Gideon.
It could have been anybody's game. It could have been anybody who could have stopped them, but they said no. And now they get their names on the big screen here. Champions in their own rights, legends, and a legacy that is not gonna die just yet. Once again, congratulations to BRU. So happy to see everybody be sharing their appreciation. And of course, to Wasana. He kept his promise at the very end.
And you gotta get it done, right? So happy to see this. And on that stage, how many legends? Even D Long. Some people in the chat were saying that I look exactly like him, and then he came about and said that I'm his father. I'm definitely not his father. I think he's older than me. But congratulations to him as well. Used to be a player on the squad, and now an analyst, and one of the best for sure. And Buriram, the sleeping giants have finally awakened, and what a way to do it, what a time to do it, and what a place to do it on the biggest grandest, most amazing stage that we have seen in the history of Free Fire World Series.
But with BRU's victory comes the defeat of many other teams in their wake. 11 other representatives unfortunately could not get that spot. And even though that we did see that Fluxo coming in from the West, high hopes and high expectations, fortunately one bad decision, that was enough.
Absolutely, man. But of course, there's still a lot of money that's in play. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, like Conchita said, we've still got a little bit of a surprise for you. You don't want to go anywhere. Be here with us. Let's see exactly what our hosts have got to say. Let's take it back there.
Thank you, casters. We have our champions and we've crowned our FMVP, but the Free Fire World Series 2025 is not over yet.
Because tonight, Free Fire is aiming to make global history.
That's right. FFWS is officially attempting a Guinness World Records title. This attempt isn't just history for the players, it could be history for the entire world of esports.
And the category is largest mobile team-based esport tournament, recognizing the incredible number of players who competed from local open qualifiers all the way to this global finals.
Oh my god, a total of 608. Ooh, 600 something. That is such an amazing feat. And to verify this historic moment, please welcome our Guinness World Records official adjudicator, Miss Emi Saito.
Hello everyone. My name is Emi and I'm honored to be here as the official adjudicator of Guinness World Records. I'm announcing the result for record, the largest mobile team-based esports tournament. It is a new title and the minimum requirement to achieve this was to have 500,000 participants. Before I officially announce the result, I'd like to take a moment to recognize everyone involved in this incredible attempt. Every single player here today, also not here but played in this esports tournament, is an important participant in this official Guinness World Records attempt. Also, whether you were involved in the planning, coordinating, or were one of the many people supported this tournament, you have all took an essential part in this record attempt. Guinness World Records is about celebrating extraordinary human achievement and the power of coming together. And this attempt is proof of what can be accomplished through teamwork and shared passion. Applause to all of you who came together to make it happen. Now, I am very pleased to announce that Garena Free has achieved the largest mobile team-based esport tournament with 618,778 players. Congratulations, you are officially amazing.
And now, with the Guinness World Records title officially verified, we would like to invite Mr. Harold Teo, Free Fire Global Producer, onto the stage to receive the certificate.
Tonight is a landmark moment, a celebration of how far Free Fire has come, from community-driven tournaments all the way to the global stage.
This achievement belongs to every survivor around the world. Players, teams, organizers, and fans who helped shape Free Fire into one of the biggest mobile esports ecosystems on the planet.
Miss Amy Saito, our Guinness World Records official adjudicator, will now present the official certificate to Garena.
Now this is the official recognition of Free Fire's global impact, the largest mobile team-based esports tournament in the world. Now let's take a photo with our champion, shall we? Buriram United Esports, you may now join the photo session. Survivors, a round of applause for the largest mobile team-based esports tournament in the world, Garena Free Fire!
Congratulations once again to Garena and the entire Free Fire community for this incredible achievement.
And of course, thank you, Miss Amy Saito, for joining us tonight and making this historic moment official.
What a way to end the night! Global champions proud, FMVP awarded, and now a Guinness World Records title lock-in.
Survivors, that is all from the stage. Casters, take it away and good night.
Thank you so much, Conchita, alongside Yunsul, and of course, BRU and all of our VIPs. We are part of something bigger than ourselves. Finally, amazing. Free Fire World Series achieves a Guinness Book of World Records, and BRU is there to stamp their seal of approval. We were here, and we won that one tournament.
Absolutely, man. Not only do we set that record, we also break the previous record of 2 world champs held by one team. Now they set a brand new record for themselves. A 3-time world champion. That's what Buriram United Esports is. In terms of points, look at how close this was, man. Neck and neck. Fluxo, Buriram. And this, we've seen teams walk away with the trophy, even from the 4th spot. And there was a lot of uproar in the comment section. You know, people were not too happy with that. But Buriram, they made sure, okay, fine, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. We're going to do it in the most legitimate way possible when nobody's going to have any doubts.
Oh, yeah, no, they closed it out in such dominating fashion.
Oh, yeah.
The crowd went silent fast as soon as they saw their representatives gunned down. And worse yet, when you are seeing the rest of the world watching and hoping that maybe the West has an opportunity, and another, at least for Arakazu, they were getting there, but just didn't even qualify for the champion rush point.
And all gamers global, the champions of Clash Squad, almost got it done as well. They activate champion rush condition a tad bit too late. And of course, in the grandest scale of things, it is all about this man. So much of doubt. Many said he was overrated. At one point, the king of rushes, and he is back. When the meta changed, when we took away his Drogon, when we took away his Tatsuya, Wasana was down in the dumps. He swept out that Tatsuya for the Oscar. He swapped out all of the Drogon for the M590. Took a while to adjust, for sure. We were all waiting. But the man knows his timing, and the timing could not be any better than this.
How else to earn your crown but go through the most grueling anime arc, a grueling trinity to build himself up to this. But with that being said, though, we have one last announcement. It's the finals Predator. Give it up for Wasana. If you were wondering, hey, was this man able to find the largest amount of eliminations? You're absolutely right.
I mean, Buriram has topped the table in every single segment, including the eliminations here. Obviously, finals Predator, 22 eliminations. Wasana's got to be proud of what he has been able to do out there. And this was one of his most aggressive days of them all. Even in the knockout stage, I don't think Wasana was this determined. I don't think he was this effective out there on those plays. If anything, Buriram was really holding back. Many people had questions. How they played here in the grand finals, how this man played in the grand finals, I'm very happy I'm a fan.
Honestly, they're second to none with what Wasana is able to achieve here today. He gave up his raw mechanical dexterity to learn precision, and finally, he is the all-rounded rusher that everybody has been waiting for, and he's finally out of the incubation chamber. Well done to BRU's very own Wasana.
King Wasana's back, Buriram United Esports is back, and you know what that means, man. Officially, East has won this battle.
They pulled it back from the West, and I'm pretty sure the West grumbling. They're waiting for next year. It's like 2025, that's a fluke. 2026 is where it's at.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, that would be a classic showdown where you've now got your 3-time world champs going up against the 2-time world champs, looking to equalize and pull the 3rd title for themselves and get a victory for the West once again. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has been an absolute honor casting this day for you guys alongside Neptune and Husky as well. And on behalf of everyone here, thank you for joining. You guys have a good day. We'll catch you guys on the next tournament.
Who am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, look at me now. I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, thumb none but the red and the blues going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how. Got it, now that Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on her. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gonna verse now? Who am I gonna verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping. And I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. This shit, shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gonna beat them like this shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, 2 things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on her. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, look at me now. I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, thumb none but the red and the blue. Who am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, look at me now. I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, thumb none but the red and the blues going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, am I gonna verse now?